All right, testing camera, making sure that everything is set up and good to go. There, get a couple of these out of the way. My secondary monitor set up here. Alright, I think, actually, I'm going to adjust this camera one more time. Good as well. Okay, how are we looking? Let's see. Alright, yeah, looking a lot better. Hello. How's everyone doing? Hope everyone is doing well today. Hello Martin, hello Scrode. Hope your days are going well. Thank you for joining. Anyone that's watching this in the future, today I'm going through my entire Skylanders collection. That includes figures, cards, games, portals, posters, comic books, you name it, everything. So it's going to take some time, just to get that out of the way right off the bat, I guess, is going to take some time. And actually, I do need to adjust my camera just a little more. Apologies. Okay. All right. Promise no more. That should be good. Pictures good, sounds are a bit iffy. Okay. Alright, I might have to adjust a couple of things then. Bear with me. Let's see. Okay, hopefully, one moment. Alright, hopefully things are going to be a bit better on the audio end. Let me know if that's not the case. Hello, Roki. How are you doing today? Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Love those kind of messages. Oh my gosh, my camera. I just never get this quite how I want it, can I? Alright. Alright, how we doing? Alright, so, well, I guess, no better way to start than with the Skylanders figures themselves. So for those that don't know, there are 603 different Skylanders figures to collect, all the way from Skylanders Spyro's Adventure through Skylanders Imaginators. And that includes all of your core characters, all of your gimmick landers like your giants, Splat Force, Trap Masters, all that. Includes creation crystals, vehicles, includes the traps, in-game variants, chase variants. All of that is the 603 figures to collect. Now, I am not quite all the way there yet. I'm not at 603 yet. I'm pretty close. There's some others out there that are definitely closer than I am. Yeah, we'll start with there. So at the current moment, I'm in my living room. It's where I have all of my consoles hooked up to the TV in here, got all of my figures in a cabinet in here. So it will be just a little bit of back and forth of me going to and from that cabinet. But let's get started. Alright, well, you know what? I have adjusted my camera a bunch already. I might as well take you over here. My camera's here. So, right here, this is the cabinet. Almost floor to ceiling. Got 5 different shelves, and they are organized by elements. You got air all the way up top, life, undead, earth, fire, water, continuing down here, magic. Go down below the drawers here, continue with the magic into the tech, light, back in that back corner there, dark, and then all of the non-elemental figures continuing here through the end. And a few special things that we'll get to later that are hidden away in these drawers. But yeah, so I'll be going back and forth between cabinet here, but starting off with the figures. Start with Spyro's Adventure, I suppose. Just a moment here. Apologies as well for not having this totally set up, ready for the stream today. I have a good number of things to do today, getting set up for this, but also some other just general life things, so apologies for that. Anyways, while I am getting things set up here, might as well talk about, so for Spyro's Adventure, of course we had your 32 standard core characters. You have 5 in-game variants, and then a good number of chase variants, bringing the total number of Spyro's Adventure figures up to 75. Go ahead and get these out here. Alright, well, looking at this, I can tell I'm not exactly going to go in perfect order here, just because everything is a bit of a jumbled mess trying to get it all fit in the cabinet there. Alright, so starting off, we've got Series 1 Lightning Rod. This guy was available in a single pack and a triple pack. Got Series 1 Sonic Boom here as well, single pack and triple pack. Tornado, same case, right here. And last but not least, Whirlwind. Now, Whirlwind, she was available in single and triple, but for those that don't know, the original release of Whirlwind at retail level had her exclusive to Target. So there are still a number of single packs with that Target sticker on there, on the backing, for those that are able to find them. Next up, got Swarm here. And I can tell you, like, from this point on, it's not going to go into any particular order. We're just kind of going through the figures as they come up. So, that being said, we got Series 2 Whirlwinds here. Got, let's see, Series 2 Sonic Boom. And Series 2 Sonic Boom also has this glow-in-the-dark chase variant that was exclusive to Walmart. Up next, let's see, what do we got? We got Popthorn here. It was available originally just in the Tower of Time Adventure Pack, and then later on in the single pack. Next up, we got Scratch as well. Honestly, Scratch is one of my all-time favorite characters to play as. She is so much fun. And then I also have the Toys R Us exclusive Legendary Free Ranger here. Moving on, we have Thunderbolt, our first Trap Master of the day, followed by Gusto, Then we have Blades here. Got Fling Kong. Got Breeze right here. Stormblade for Supercharger. Also have coveted Wildstorm right here, which also unlocks the Cursed Tiki Temple level in Skylanders Imaginators. I have Bad Juju. And we have the Easter edition Egg Bomber Airstrike. Almost said Egg Sighted there. Egg Bomber Airstrike. So this is our first batch of figures there. Grab just a few more here, and we're just going to go through all the air ones, all the air figures starting out before we move on to life. Alrighty. Next up here, I have Series 1 Jetvac. Now, Series 1 Jetvac was one of the first figures I ever got. For those that don't know, my first pack I ever got was the Nintendo Wii Skylanders Giant Starter Pack. Got that on Christmas Eve. Got a number of figures the following day. So Jetvac, Cinder, T-Rex, they are my first figures I ever got. So Jetvac here means a lot to me. Next up I have Series 2 Lightning Rod. And we have Lightcore Jetvac. Also have the regular Free Ranger here. Now for those that don't know, Free Ranger, his catchphrase being whip up a storm, was actually incorrectly printed as Hoot Loop's catchphrase on the initial release of the Hoot Loop single packs before they corrected it in later waves. Speaking of Swap Force, got Series 2 Turbo Jetvac here. He was actually a pretty tough one to track down for me back in the day. Also have Full Blast Jetvac, the Series 3 from Trap Team. And then Hurricane Jetvac, the reimagined Supercharger. Alrighty. Next up, continuing with Superchargers, we have Jetvac's vehicle, the Jetstream, whose wings flap just like this. So you can have it in kind of, if you're having this on a shelf, let's say, you could have it sitting like this. You could also have the wings out or have them down and it'll still balance. Then we got Lightcore Warnado from Skylanders Swap Force, as well as Boom Jet. We also have Pet Vac here, the mini, to go along with Breeze, as well as Legendary Blades, and the regular Airstrike Sensei here. Honestly, he was one of my most anticipated figures for the first wave of Skylanders Imaginators. Yes, as I said, this is going to take a while going through all of this. There's quite a bit to go through here. And unfortunately, I do not have a super good way of showing everything off cleanly, so we're just kind of going through piece by piece here. Next up, we got Power Punch Pet Vac, the Easter edition variant of regular Pet Vac, made to look like his Series 3 Full Blast counterpart. Then we have Series 1 Legendary Jetvac, as well as the Legendary Hurricane Jetvac, reimagined Supercharger. We also have Stormblade's vehicle here, the Sky Slicer. Mystical Bad Juju, the GameStop exclusive in-game variant. We got Horn Blast Whirlwind, Series 3 Repost from Skylanders Swap Force. And our first creation crystal of the day, the Air Lantern Creation Crystal, which was available in the Enchanted Elven Forest Adventure Pack along with Boom Bloom. Now, wrapping up the air element here, and I will get into some of the boxed figures a little bit later. We have the Clown Cruiser and the Dark Edition Clown Cruiser, Toys R Us exclusive, as well as the Air Angel Creation Crystal. How many of the glow-in-the-dark SSAs do you have? Martin asks. So I have 2 out of the 3. I have Zap and I have Tornado. I do not yet have Wrecking Ball. In fact, besides Heartbreaker Buckshot, glow-in-the-dark Wrecking Ball is the only other Magic figure that I am missing. And that concludes our air elements for now. Don't worry, we'll get into more of the air element in just a little bit. All right. Now we move on to the life element. So the life element is my personal favorite element. And starting off here, we have my personal favorite Skylander, T-Rex. The starter pack giant. Honestly, love playing as him, love his design, and he was my first figure, so what can I say? Next up we have Bushwhack, Trapmaster, along with the sidekick Whisper Elf, who I have here still in her original baggie, completely sealed, which also comes with the little instruction manual booklet, comes with all figures, as well as her online code here on the back. Alright, next up we have the legendary Life Acorn Creation Crystal, Toys R Us exclusive, only available in the Microcomic Fun packs. As well, we have to go with Bushwhack, Tough Luck, the other Life Trapmaster. We also have Series 1 and Series 2, Zook, or as SCL Matt would say, Zook. Then we have the core Skylander from Swap Force Zulu here. And we are just about finishing up this top shelf here. Next up, I have the pair of Life Minis from Skylanders Trap Team, Barkley and Whisper Elf with the red bases. We also have the starter pack exclusive Super Shot Stealth Elf Reimagined Supercharger, as well as the Life Claw Creation Crystal, and the Buzz Wing vehicle. Now, most of the vehicles do have moving parts, not all of them, but Buzz Wings, I have to say, is definitely, just the camera there a little bit, definitely one of my favorites. Has a button here on the top, located right behind the seat, and you press that, and the wings pop out. You press it again, and they flap. And you can just tuck the wings right back in. So cool. Alright, got a number of core characters up next here. Now, for those that don't know, core characters are the regular basic Skylanders. So that does not include your light core, does not include your giant, does not include your sensei, anything like that. It is just the regular characters that are your series 1, 2, 3, 4. So, next up from Spyro's Adventure, I have Series 1 Stealth Elf, Series 1 Stump Smash. I also have from Skylanders Giants here the Series 2 Legendary Stealth Elf, Toys R Us exclusive, as well as the regular and Dark Edition Food Fight. I also have from Swap Force to go here with Zulu, Bubble Blast. Alright. Next up we have our third Life Creation Crystal, this one being the regular version of the Life Acorn. We also have Series 1 Shroom Boom from Skylanders Giants. The regular Series 2 Stealth Elf. We have High Five here from Skylanders Trap Team. We also have the Christmas variant Jolly Bumble Blast from Skylanders Swap Force. Now this one actually came with the, I believe it was called the Jolly Hat, already preloaded onto the figure when you purchased it from the store. And then we also have here Turbocharged Donkey Kong Supercharger. Now what's interesting about the Donkey Kong and Bowser figures, for those that don't know, is the base actually swivels. And I'll try and get a good close-up here. Let's see, face that around the right way. We'll see if it'll focus. Doesn't quite look like it's focusing here, but this little slot here says Skylanders. And if you turn the base, going this way, and it says Amiibo. So these hybrid Skylander and Amiibo figures were made in partnership with Nintendo, of course, and they double as both of those different toys to life in their respective games. One moment here. Alrighty. Next up here, I have Grilladrilla from Skylanders Swap Force, as well as the Sensei Ambush here. Honestly, one of my favorite character designs of all time. Also have the variant, our first, actually, no, never mind. This is in that statement. We have Gnarly Barkley here, the in-game variant of regular Barkley. Also have the Series 3 Ninja Stealth Elf. Now for those that don't know, while this Ninja Stealth Elf figure was available in just about every starter pack, she was also available in 2 Champions packs, which came out 3 years later during Skylanders Imaginators. Actually, I believe it was actually 3 different Champions combo packs. Up next, we have Series 2 Thornhorn Camo. And the very last Light Core to release, Light Core Bumble Blast. One moment while I get a couple things shuffled around here. Alrighty, moving on, we have Boom Bloom here, Life Sensei. Now, something interesting that you might not know about Boom Bloom is the symbol here on her base is the life element symbol. And why that's strange is that all of the other senseis have their battle class symbol instead. So it is a mistake on production's end where they put the wrong symbol on there. But all Boom Blooms are like that, so if you ever see a Boom Bloom and you're like, oh, that's interesting, it's just the case for whatever reason. Also, fresh out of the box, for some reason, Boom Blooms smell like cotton candy, which is something I've heard from other people as well when they got theirs. Next up, we have Gnarly Tree Rex, initially available in console bundles with the PS3 and Nintendo Wii, and then later in his own single pack. We also have from Skylanders SWAT Force Stink Bomb here, along with legendary Zulu, Toys R Us exclusive core character, and the Target exclusive Nitro Stealth Stinger vehicle. Alright, for those just joining us, to let you know, today I am going through my entire Skylanders collection, figures, comic books, posters, and all. And right now we are currently going through the figures, and we are most of the way done through the life element, which is the second element I am going through today. Next up we have Dark Super Shot Stealth Elf. We have Dark Ninja Stealth Elf, GameStop exclusive. We also have the Skylanders Trap Team Repose Series 2 Sure Shot Shroom Boom. Now, for those that might be confused, might be saying, oh, well, wasn't Skylanders Trap Team the fourth game? Why is he a Series 2 figure? Shouldn't he be a Series 4 figure? Well, how that works is basically the first game that a character releases in, so let's say for Shroom Boom Skylanders Giants, this would be his Series 1 figure. And then his next figure appearance, at least for cores, light cores are separate, we then get Series 2. That's why we also have Series 1 camo in Skylanders Spyro's Adventure and Series 2 camo in Skylanders SWAT Force, since that was his second core appearance. Next up, we have Crash Bandicoot. We have the regular Stealth Stinger vehicle. We also have the Barkley Sidekick still in his original baggie with his sticker code and everything. And we have Thrillipede, my personal favorite supercharger. Alright, we are just about finished with the life element here. Got a few more to go. Next up, I have the in-game variant Legendary Bushwhack, Toys R Us exclusive Trap Master. After which I have Light Core Shroom Boom. I have the Dark Edition Turbocharged Donkey Kong. The Life Rocket Creation Crystal from Skylanders Imaginators. And Jingle Bell Chompy Mage, as well as the regular green Chompy Mage, Amazon exclusive in the US. Alrighty, now this is going to be the last of the life figures for now, right here. I have the GameStop exclusive Life Rune Creation Crystal, only available in the Dark Edition starter packs. I also have Series 1 Camo, Series 2 Stump Smash from Skylanders Giants, the Easter Edition Egg-Sided Thrillipede in-game variants, and I also have out of box here the Toys R Us exclusive Green Metallic Series 1 Shroom Boom Chase variant. And that concludes the life element for now. Just a moment while I get some stuff maneuvered around here. Once again, I apologize if this live stream is a little bit all over the place. I do have quite a bit to get through today. So I'm trying to go as quickly as I feasibly can. But this is still going to take some time, I can tell you that. That being said, those listening or those watching at home later, let me know in the comments what your favorite Skylanders figure is. And also what figure you want to collect the most. Like a figure that you are missing that you're like, oh man, I really want to get that one. Let me know in the comments. Just another moment here while I get things squared away. Alrighty, next up we are going into Undead. Now, first up, we're actually going to start with some swappers here. I have Rattleshake, Night Shift. We also have, honestly, one of, if not the best in-game variants of all time, Quick Draw Rattleshake. Who, for those that don't know, this figure actually does glow in the dark. Also have the Series 3 Phantom Cinder, Skylanders Swap Force Repose, as well as the vehicle, the Tomb Buggy, right here. One of the coolest designs for a vehicle, in my opinion. Alrighty. Next up, we have Light Core Hex, the last Light Core to release for Skylanders Giants. In fact, it actually released on the launch day for Skylanders Swap Force. We also have the Undead Lantern Creation Crystal, the Bone Bash Roller Brawl Supercharger. Also have the the Crypt Crusher vehicle. And then a few in-game variants here. We have Frightful Fiesta, Nitro Crypt King, Target exclusive, and the Toys R Us exclusive Legendary Pit Boss Sensei. Get caught up a little bit on chat here. Also have Zap and Warnado, nice. Yeah, yeah, definitely. As far as the vehicles go, they made it much more like hands-on, real-world, able to play with your toys as well. Besides just in the game, yeah. I gotcha. Favorite Skylander is Series 1 Spyro. Good choice. I love them. Pretty much one of the first Skylanders that they made. Oh yeah, I know. The Obsidian skin upgrade, not personally a fan of. I agree with you there. One moment while I get a couple more out here. Also get some of this cleared out of the way so I have some space to work with. Alrighty. Next up, we have Fright Rider here. The Undead Fanged Creation Crystal. Grim Creeper. Only available in the Arcane Crossbow Battle Pack. I have Series 2 and Series 3 Twin Blade Chop Chop. I have the mini Hijinks right here, as well as regular Crypt King, and Series 2 Glow in the Dark Cinder, Walmart exclusive. Next up I have the regular Fiesta, the GameStop exclusive Dark Wolfgang, in-game variant Villain Sensei. Also have the core from Trap Team here at Batspin, the in-game variant Candy Coated Chopscotch, Halloween edition, the legendary Night Shift in-game variant, Toys R Us exclusive, as well as the legendary Light Core Grim Creeper. Alright, and I'm thinking after we get through the undead element here, I'm going to take a little bit of a break from that, move on to something else for a bit, and then we'll get back into the figures. Alrighty. Next up I have the Series 2 Cinder, regular version, as well as Series 1 and Series 1 Legendary Chop Chop, Series 2 Hex. I also have Ghost Roaster right here. The Undead Claw Creation Crystal, that concludes our Undead Creation Crystals, as well as Series 1 Cinder, and the I Small Sidekick, still in his baggie. Alright, we're just about wrapping up the Undead element here. Alright, next up I have the regular Pit Boss Sensei, the Light Core Grim Creeper, Series 1 Hex, Roller Brawl, core from Skylanders Swap Force. Have the I Small Mini red base from Trap Team, as well as I Brawl Giant, and the regular Wolfgang. Already got our home stretch of Undead coming up right now. Alrighty. We have our other core from Skylanders Trap Team, Funny Bone. Have the other Trap Master, shortcut right here. We have the regular Chopscotch Sensei, as well as legendary Bone Bash Roller Brawl, which was this exclusive in-game variant. And then last but not least, for now, Pumpkin Eye Brawl Chase variant right there, Halloween version. All right, just a moment while I get some of this cleared up, and we're gonna get into some other stuff. Some more exciting stuff, I would say. All right. Well, again, for those just joining, we are going through my whole Skylanders collection today. We've gotten through a good amount of the figures so far, and now we're going to move on to some other stuff. So for those, I guess if you want to put your vote down in the chat, we could go look at some of the cards, or we could look at some of the posters, or we could look at some prototype figures. Go ahead and let me know what you guys want to see in chat. One more while I get a couple other things cleared out here as well. Once again, anyone just joining us, I do appreciate you coming and hanging out with us. Always love to have you here. And I hope all of you guys' day is going phenomenal. All right. All right, love that, Martin. And all right, looks like we're going to get into some prototype figures. Okay, so I will say I will have to go into the other room to grab a couple of them, but I do have some right in here I can show you guys. Most of them are kept in this cabinet out here with the other figures. So just one moment while we get some prototype figures going. All right, I'd say that's a good amount for now. All right, let's get into some prototypes. So apologies for the wait, by the way, anyone watching. All right, let's see where we're at. What should we start with? Well, I suppose, since we're already talking about Spyro in chat, go ahead and look at this Series 1 Spyro prototype. The gold finish on here almost looks as if it was spray painted. You can see the base is kind of like a off-white, but parts of it look like it has some of the same gold on there, on the pedestal that is. And then, as you can see on the base here, there is no paper or chip, that is. No NFC chip in there. We have this gold Series 1 Spyro. I'm not sure if this is a prototype or factory sample or something else along those lines. Could not tell you, unfortunately. Next up, let's see. Well, got the Flash Wing here. I was about to say Series 1, technically not a Series 1 though. And you can see you have the top of the head here as this kind of transparent purple, similar to the finalized figure. And on the bottom, there's actually no base at all, which is kind of interesting. All right, next up, let's see what we got here. Have Fiesta here, not your ordinary Fiesta. This one seems to be potentially unpainted, or just painted to show some specific parts. You can see the hands are painted blue. Everything else besides the base is painted white. Got him there. Next up I have, this is a prototype for the purple metallic Toy Fair Cinder right here. Now the finalized version is a little bit more shiny than this one, and also the white, or also the eyes of the finalized one are painted white. This is a prototype of that chase variant. And on the bottom you see there's also no paper behind the base or NFC chip. And it also has a date written on here, as well as the word Merton, which is one of the factories in which figures were produced. So this figure was made at the Merton factory on November 28th. Next up, I have Trigger Snappy here. Now, you may be looking at this and saying, well, this doesn't look like a prototype figure, it just looks like the same Trigger Snappy sidekick that I know. But what's interesting about this one is I have a Trigger Snappy mini here for comparison, is that the prototype here is actually, the character model is a little bit scaled down. It's just slightly smaller than the finalized. As well, I think the green on the base is just a little bit more yellow than the finalized. Also no paper. And it says 1219 on the base, if that's not showing up there. Next up, I have Starcast here. Now, this one actually is a little bit kind of up for debate at the moment on whether it is legitimate or not. The seller I got them this, as well as I got a number of others of this same type of prototype here. You see the base is just plain with a plain circle in the middle, and it's this pink and kind of tan color scheme going on here on this prototype. But the legitimacy of this is currently up for debate, so I cannot say with full confidence that this or any of the others like this are legitimate. The rest I absolutely can know, including this Boom Bloom. Now this one is legitimate, I can tell, or I can tell you. And purple kind of matches my shirt a bit. And same thing as the Spire, kind of the base here. Don't know how well it's showing up on camera, but the base, most of it looks like the top was spray painted purple, like it was a black base and it has that purple spray paint that kind of just got it onto the base there. Got that Boom Bloom prototype there. Next up, I have a water armor creation crystal that seems to be completely unpainted. It's very kind of plain blue, and on the bottom that is what it looks like, and actually is just a little bit loose in a sense, where the bottom part here is just ever so slightly moves compared to the tube and the top part, which are static together. Alright, next up I have, now this is a canceled chase variant. This one was planned to be released during Skylanders Swap Force, but ultimately was canceled, and this is Snow-Flocked Frino. So we've been a chase variant of regular Frino, and there are a couple different versions of this out there. There's like a pure white look, there's one that's a little more gray, and then this one that I have is kind of like this cream color here. But it's very, very fuzzy. So that is Snowflocked Frino. And then I saved the best for last, at least for now. Oops, one moment here. Let me see if they're going off my camera. Hopefully they're still rolling. All right, looks like we are still rolling for now. But best for last here, I have some recent pickups and some really, really special ones. So as far as recent pickups, first one I have here is a Chrome Series 1 Cinder with a Swap Force blue base. Now I'm keeping her in this deck box because I'm going to take her out for now, but she's going to go right back in here. And that's because the paint on this figure seems to rub off pretty easily. It's kind of that cheap chrome plastic coating that's on here that is the same that we've seen with red Dunebug or gold Firecracken, where if you have one that's out of box, there's a good chance that it might be easily able to chip off. But yeah, curiously, this one has a blue base, and actually the blue base is a little bit misaligned with the pedestal. So for those that don't know, if you're looking at a Skylanders figure, you got three different parts mainly. You got the character model up top, you have the pedestal, which is this top part of the base, and like Question Room's case here, it's all these leaves, and then you have the base itself. That is this orange part. So you got character model, pedestal, and base. And so on this one here, the base is just slightly misaligned. Don't know if that's able to show up here, but just slightly misaligned from the pedestal. Anyways, going to pop her back into this deck box for now. Very carefully. And some other recent pickups here. For those that might have been, well, a few of you I know have found this out already, that I picked these up along with this Chrome Cinder. But some of the coolest prototypes I have in my collection here are these two Imaginite mystery chests. Now, these are based off of Donkey Kong and Bowser. The Donkey Kong one here has the DK logo on the front here. The orange is much more orangey than your bronze Imaginite mystery chest, the regular finalized figure. And then we have the Bowser one here, which in my opinion looks a lot cooler. Have the, of course, Bowser's color scheme with the yellow, green, the white, and the red highlights there. And I will say, let me pull up turbocharged Donkey Kong here again. So if I compare Donkey Kong here to this chest, you'll see that the orange on the chest really doesn't quite match with any of the other oranges or browns on this figure. However, if I look at Hammer Slam Bowser here, let me pull him out real quick, just a moment. So I have Hammer Slam Bowser here, and the Bowser chest prototype matches much more to the figure than the Donkey Kong one does. That being said, I can say these do not open. There are some prototype chests out there that do open. These do not. But this is the base here, or the underside, I should say. And what's really interesting about these is that before, at least for me, before I found out that these chests exist, I had no idea that this was the case, but apparently they were still in talks with Nintendo on creating figures based off of Nintendo characters into Imaginators. Of course, you have your Superchargers, Turbocharged Donkey Kong, Hammer Slam Bowser, and their vehicles only playable on Nintendo platforms, and they were made in collaboration with Nintendo. But this shows that they were in talks for the next game as well. And then last but not least, I have probably my favorite of all of my prototype figures. And there will be more prototype figures to come later, don't worry. But I have, of course, this here. Now this is a Skylanders Imaginators Creation Crystal single pack. And this is actually just a custom packaging job that I did. But I have these two here, this Air and this Fire Creation Crystal. And these are the unreleased Air Acorn and Fire Angel Creation Crystals. So once again, these did not come this way. I got these figures loose, but luckily Skylanders Imaginators packs are almost all resealable. So I was able to open up the bottoms here, take the packages apart, and put these, just like reuse the plastic inserts and boxes from other packs and make these. So that is 2 of the 5 unreleased creation crystals, and the other 3 I have right here. We have the Earth Rune Creation Crystal, the Tech Pyramid Creation Crystal, and last but not least, the Light, let's not drop that there, the Light Angel Creation Crystal. Now, in my opinion, the Light Angel Creation Crystal, as far as these prototypes, is the most interesting because, for one, it is the only one that works in the game. Unfortunately, the light for the crystal does not work, but the chip works and does unlock this crystal in the collection menu and all that. You're able to create an Imaginator with it, even though I haven't. And on the bottom of this figure, which is also the case for the Fire Angel I have here, I have a factory sticker. And the sticker shows that this is the, what it says here is a little chart, classification, sign sample R1, design name Light 8A, to Activision from Creata/Weibo, the date as 29 August 16. So this figure was made on the 29th of August 2016 by Creata/Weibo, who are, I don't know if I might be butchering those names, but was created by them for Activision. And when it says here, design name Light 8A, if that'll focus here. Come on, focus up now. Well, I don't know, it's quite shown, but it's that second line there. The 8A basically signifies the mold for this creation crystal. So each of the outer molds, so in this case the angel, and the inner molds, in this case this pyramid, this like triangular pyramid shape for the crystal, each of those 2 separate molds, crystal and outer casing, have their own designation as far as the toy parts for the factories. So the 8A signifies that this is the exact mold for this. So Light 8A makes this. And then as well, I do have a couple duplicate prototypes here. So I did show off this Earth Rune earlier. I do have a second Earth Rune Creation Crystal. And as well, this Air Acorn. I do have a second Air Acorn right there. All right, let me get caught up on chat just a little bit. It's very much like the Spyros we got pose-wise. Yeah, it is the same pose for this Spyro prototype here as your finalized Series 1 Spyro. Let's see. Have any 3D model to 3D print of StarCast? Tried to search for one, but it is impossible. I'm not sure I 100% know what you're referring to. Let me see. So I'm assuming what you're referring to is if I have like a file for a StarCast figure that I could use a 3D printer to print out, and no, I do not. In fact, I don't have a 3D printer that I can access. I don't have like the means to create a 3D model in a computer. I have no idea how to do any of that. I'm not exactly the most tech savvy guy on the planet. Let's see. Please tell me you have a Glumshanks. No, I do not. Unfortunately, I do not have one of the 3D printed Toys for Bob prototypes of Glumshanks, unfortunately. It has the most unique collection of Skylanders on the planet. Well, I appreciate that. I do really appreciate that, that message. I frankly disagree. I do believe there are some others that have some even wilder collections than me. Tell the experience of meeting voice actor of Chaos. That is something that we'll have to wait for a little bit later. I'll get into that. Chips, maybe one day I'll get an NFC cards to complete the collection achievement. Yeah. Yeah, the Light Angel does have a chip. All of the other figures here that are the prototype figures do not have functioning chips that work on the portal. All right, well, for now I'm going to grab one other set of prototype figures to bring out, which pretty much puts all the other prototypes here to shame. I'll say that. Just one moment. I'm going to go ahead and clear some space here, and then I'll be right back out with those. And trust me, these ones are worth waiting for. All right, I will be right back. All right, this is the real deal right here. Just one moment here while I get this set up, ready to go. All right, so not sure if any of you recognize this, know what this is, but this is called a Pelican case. I got this at Home Depot, and basically, if I open this up here, it is, let's see actually which one this is. All right, I'm actually going to open up a different one to show you first off. That was a little spoilery in a sense. All right, so you open up the clasp, and inside you have this foam array here. And basically, this is just, if you can kind of see, cut into little cubes, essentially. Not fully cut, but cut to where it can help guide you in cutting out a shape to fit something in. And so these foam pelican cases are honestly some of the best ways that you can protect something if you need something that needs to be needs to have a lot of protection, armor, I guess, in a sense. This one here is the first one that I got, and I did get it for a specific reason. And before I open this up, I'm actually going to grab one thing to help show this guy off. So, I have here a buckshot sensei. If I open up this case here, see it has a shape cut out. And this shape I cut out specifically to fit buckshot, as you can see here. So this should actually kind of help explain what I was saying, where it's already kind of cut into cubes and you just kind of cut and pop out the ones that you need to be able to fit something in. Now I got this a number of years ago, back when I had a chance of getting a Heartbreaker buckshot figure, and I was going to pick it up in person. Didn't want any chance of it getting damaged on the way home. Didn't want to risk it getting lost in the mail, so I got this for that occasion. Unfortunately, the sale did not go through, but that is what these cases are for. Now, I have here, if I open this other one up, I'll actually open it up towards the camera here, you'll see the number of slots that I have cut out. Now, it's a little hard to see at the moment what is in these slots, but first, before I show you what's in those, I'm going to show you what's in these. Now, in these envelopes here, and I am currently in the midst of getting all of the contents of these transferred into these Pelican cases. But contents of this envelope here are very, very special. So, opening this up here, I'm going to, let's see, pull out, actually, which one should I pull out first? Is that the right one? No, that's not the right one. All right, so this here if it'll focus, this prototype figure is of a toy type that was not released, in a sense. And for the life of me, I am blanking on the name, which is bugging the heck out of me. I'm sure I'll remember shortly. But essentially, if I go into kind of the history of Skylanders, you got Spyro's Adventure releasing in 2011. In 2013, Vicarious Visions released their first Skylanders game, Skylanders SWAT Force, and it was at that point that they were shifting back and forth between the two development studios, Toys for Bob and Vicarious Visions. Each one was releasing a game every other year. So after Vicarious Visions SWAT Force in 2013, we have Skylanders Trap Team, made by Toys for Bob, 2014. 2015 was Skylanders Superchargers, once again Vicarious Visions. And then 2016 Skylanders Imaginators Toys for Bob. Vicarious Visions was in the midst of developing a 7th installment for the Skylanders franchise. Now, this 7th installment was going to be not your normal Skylanders game. It was going to be more of a teams-based PvP game. So imagine your battle mode in the earlier games. This would have been a more fleshed out red versus blue teams PvP game. And just one moment actually while I check something here. Just want to make sure I get my terminology right. Check on my other screen here. That's right. All right, so basically this, make sure my camera is still going there. All right. So this new game would have introduced a new toy type called Battlestones. And Battlestones would have functioned in a similar way to magic items from the previous games, where putting one on the portal during gameplay would activate some kind of buff for your character. For example, you have the Winged Boots magic item from the Dragon's Peak Adventure Pack that would give your character a temporary speed boost, or the Healing Elixir, which would heal your character if they were low. Now, these Battlestones essentially would have worked in the same way for this 7th installment of the Skylanders franchise. And unfortunately, the project was scrapped, canceled, and of course Vicarious Visions as its own entity no longer exists, unfortunately, but I got these prototype figures from one of the developers at Vicarious Visions that was working on that game, and these are prototype Battlestones. So, and I have a number of them here. For those that don't know, or maybe you do, you might have seen some images floating around online of some Skylanders 7 character prototypes. A good while back, we did get well, I should say, there was I believe, a Crash Bandicoot game, and the files within that game showed off some, basically, how do I say this? What's the right terminology to use? Well, essentially, some of the characters from the 7th installment could be found in the files of this Crash Bandicoot game. We also got some, concept art as well for these characters. There was 3 different characters. You had Dust Bunny, Slaprot, and Riding Hood, otherwise known as Blaster Tech, Bruiser Undead, and Wrangler Fire. But their more finalized names are Slaprot, Dust Bunny, and Riding Hood. Now, I do not have these prototype characters, unfortunately, but I do have here some test chips. Now, basically, when the studios were developing one of the Skylanders games, you have some people that are working on the toy aspect and others that are working on the game aspect. And when you're coding and testing and doing all of the digital side of Skylanders development, you don't need to have a full physical figure to test on your portal to do whatever you need to do in the game. You just really need the NFC chip. That's what makes the Skylanders work. You get any Skylander from the store. In that base is going to have a little NFC chip, near field communication chip, and that basically is what houses all of the information on your Skylander. And so all you need is that chip if you're going to be doing some Skylanders development on the gameplay side. And basically, for example, let's look at the character Slaprot. I have here this test chip. You see the chip here on the back, and on the front it says Slaprot. Now I have a number of these chips here, and these, like Slaprot, as well as Dust Bunny and Riding Hood, these basically were used to test those characters in the game. We also have earlier versions, Fire Wrangler. I know this isn't going to show up super well on camera, but you'll just have to trust me that is what it says on here. Fire Wrangler, aka Riding Hood. Tech Blaster, aka Dust Bunny. And Undead Bruiser, aka Slaprot. And I have a number of others here. Now you might have noticed those first ones are red, these ones are green, and these are the battle stones. So, for example, there's this magic fence. We also have, let's see, the life springboard. Have the dark stealth buff. There's the water ice bomb. Also have the light disco, a tech turret, as well as an air minion spawner and an undead minion spawner. And as well, a number of others of those chips are in this Pelican case. So, careful, I also have another Slaprot, another Slaprot, and another Dust Bunny, a third Dust Bunny, Riding Hood, and you guessed it, another Riding Hood. Also have another Undead Bruiser, Tech Blaster, then I have Undead Minion Spawner, Life Springboard again, Undead Minion Spawner, Earth Ironhide buff, Fire Minion Spawner, Water Ice Bomb, Magic Fence, Tech Turret, Light Disco, and Dark Stealth buff. Those are the other test chips for Skylanders 7 that I have in this Pelican case here. I'll go ahead and close that back up for now. But of course, it's not just these test chips I have. There's also some prototype toys. So they are a little bit up to interpretation at the moment on like what is what exactly. But it's assumed that this one here is the, I believe, magic fence. And this kind of symbol up top that we see above the fence is kind of a Rosie the Riveter, buff arm flexing. I also have, supposedly this would have been the water springboard. Actually, no, sorry, this would have been the life springboard. If you look closely, these kind of translucent things around the edge here are leaves. And that has a shield symbol above the springboard symbol there. Also have two of these. These would have been the tech turret. This would have most definitely been the dark stealth buff. So you have the moon and then the shield above there. This one here, another shield. You see a Sky Iron shield symbol, just regular shield symbol above that. Not 100% sure which one this is. It might be the Earth Ironhide buff. This appears to be the Air Minion spawner. Again, this has the buff arm above that. And then we have this, probably would have been the Undead Minion spawner. You see there's this undead troll, and it has a sword symbol above that. And then this here, definitely the coolest in my opinion, would have been the water ice bomb. However, in some files that some people have uncovered, it's also referred to as the water ice boom instead of the water ice bomb. You can see we have Flynn doing his boom pose there on the figure. All right, so those are my Skylanders 7 prototype figures there. I'm going to go ahead and put them back in this envelope, get them all nice and protected here. And don't worry, there will be more prototype figures that I will be showing off later. Not a ton more, but a few more. And aside from that, of course, plenty of other stuff that we can get into. So I know the next stuff that I'm going to get into isn't quite as exciting as prototype figures, but trust me, there is definitely some cool stuff that we can get into in these things. So for those listening, we got, for right now, 3 different options that we can choose from. We can look at comic books, we can look at cards, or we can look at posters. What are your guys' thoughts? Let me know. Also get a little caught up on chat here. Let's see. Don't know about anyone else, but I have all the figures only interested in Series 2 Drobot and Bumble Blast. Alright, nice. Do bother you if I make a live or video reacting and commenting on this live on my channel? Yeah, that's fine. I don't mind. Prototype collections makes appreciate it. Hey, Earthen Avenger, hope your day is going well. Thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate you stopping by. Feelings on NFC cards, that is a topic I'm gonna have to save for a video at some point. I'll hold off on that for now. Do you have a Platinum Treasure Chest chip that works? Unfortunately, no. I'm not sure if there are any that actually exist. I know that people are able to actually unlock the files in the game as if the correct chip was put on, but all of the released Platinum Treasure Chest figures only bring up the regular hidden treasure chest in the game, unfortunately. But I'm not sure if there are any that do exist out there. Yeah, so let's see. All right. So we got no votes so far, so in that case, I'm going to get into some... Let's get into some cards for now. Yeah. Just one moment. Oh. Just thank you, Shaken, because of all the things you have about Skylanders 7. Yeah, absolutely. No problem. One moment while I get some card stuff set up. is going to take just a minute. I apologize. So just bear with me here if you don't mind. I'll get some of this, some more space going, I should say. Yeah, for those that are just tuning in, I am currently going through my entire Skylanders collection. That includes figures, cards, posters, prototype figures. It includes all sorts of stuff, anything you can imagine that is an officially licensed Skylanders product. I'm going through it today. And buckle in, it's going to be a long stream. We're already a good ways into it, but we have a long ways to go still. Once again, apologies on the delay here. Just making sure I got plenty of room to work with. I do have a number of figures kind of strewn about the place at the moment. I'm getting everything a little bit more in order here. Alrighty, that should be good for now. Let's see. It's bugging me they patched the figure. Yeah, I guess in a sense that that kind of is true that they quote unquote patched the figure. Yeah, it definitely bugs me, especially because in the Skylanders Swap Force collection menu, at least for me, I played on the Nintendo Wii, because when the game came out, that's all I had. I do have other versions of the game now and other consoles I can use, but from what I remember, in at least the Wii version, and it might be for all versions, I don't know, there is in the collection menu for Platinum Treasure Chest a slot for it that is grayed out until you collect the figure, just like all the other figures. And unfortunately, that will forever remain grayed out. Very unfortunate. All right, let me get this going here. Alright, it is card time. Now, first off, I should mention, you've seen these kind of floating off to the side here, this whole stream so far. I have a number of binders here, and each of these is filled with some cards. So, first of all, we have your regular Skylanders trading cards. These are the ones that came with the figures. So you see here, I have them all in these top-loaded 3x3 pages. And it's going to be actually a little bit tough to show these off. One moment more, actually, I'm just going to shuffle a couple more things aside. All right. So, yes, first and foremost, Skylanders trading cards. Now, for this binder, what I do have set up is basically any figure that I either am missing or just decided to not have opened. I have not put their card in, but I have left a slot. So for example, you can see I have Lightning Rod, Sonic Boom, Tornado, and Whirlwind here, but I left a slot empty for Glow in the Dark, Tornado, and Clear Whirlwind. But right here in the cover, this little sticker sheet is what comes in the Skylanders Spyro's Adventure Starter Pack. All of the Spyro's Adventure figures did have these sticker sheets, but for the 3 Starter Pack figures, they combined them all into one. I also have these sticker sheets here that came with the Light and Dark expansion packs. So if you purchased either the Sunscraper Spire or Midnight Museum element expansion packs, each of them included both sticker sets. So that when you unlock them in the unlock the 2 elements in the game, you could also unlock them on your poster and your trap tray. But going through here, these are all of the Spyro's Adventure ones, and behind each of these cards, I'll pull Eruptor here out as an example. I have, of course, just fell out there, the sticker, as well as the online code that came with the figure. Now, something that I know that I've mentioned before, but for those that don't know, everything that I have gotten for my Skylanders collection, I have made sure to get new in box. That is for a number of reasons, but one of the reasons is to ensure that I have everything that would normally come with that figure. Like sticker codes, trading cards, all that good stuff. So going through the Spyro's Adventure figures here, get into the non-elemental figures in the back. We're moving on to Skylanders Giants. Now, admittedly, there are some slots that I did leave open for figures that don't even have cards. For example, I did leave open a space here for the Barkley Sidekick, even though it does not have a card. It does come with a sticker, but that being said, there are even others that I left open that don't have anything. Which I will fix that at some point so where that's not the case, but for right now, this is what I have going. Going through here. Now, this particular binder I'm going through like this. I'm not going to go through all the binders in the same way, but just going through for this one. Now, I will say something really interesting about the Double Trouble 1.5 card here is that it has the Series 1 artwork, yet the numbers here on the bottom are consistent with Skylanders Giants numbers on their trading cards, and on the back it does have the Skylanders Giants logo. And as well, of course, the sticker code does have the Series 1 artwork as well. Go ahead and pop that back in there. Now, I know that this is going to take a while. I'm going to try and speed this up just a little bit. You see there's the Platinum Treasure Chest we were just talking about. Moving into Swap Force. Hopefully this is all coming out on camera okay. So as you'll see, I did, for whatever reason, I did this a long time ago, back when I was a kid. I left all these spaces open for the traps, which obviously don't come with anything besides the trap and the little information booklet that comes with all of the figures. But that being said, we are just about wrapped up with this first binder. Now these are all of the released cards, at least for the ones that are in English. There are, of course, other versions of these that are in other languages. I believe there's French, there is Japanese, there might be a couple other languages potentially you can find these cards in. And then, of course, for okay, I think we're back. Let's double check to be sure. There. All right, I think we're good. I think we're back. All right, apologies, ladies and gentlemen. For those that didn't see, my camera died midstream. Apologies for that. We should be good now. My camera is charging, and hopefully we're good to go for the rest of the stream. Welcome back. For those just joining or rejoining, I am showing off my entire Skylanders collection today. So far we've gone through a good chunk of the figures. We've gone through some prototype figures. We are looking at some cards now. And yeah, thank you for joining me. Hope your day's going well. And let's get back into it. All right. Roki says is back. Awesome. All right. So, as far as where I left off, I believe I was just finishing off the Skylanders Trap Team cards here before getting into Skylanders Superchargers. Now, of course, with Skylanders Superchargers, when that game was coming out, the Skylanders Battlecast mobile game was coming out, which also utilized cards. So to avoid confusion, they stopped doing cards instead, just combined everything into these stickers, which, in my opinion, I wish that they had kept going with the cards, but that's all right. We'll go ahead and go through Superchargers here. Now, a couple interesting notes here, actually. So, the turbocharged Donkey Kong here, as well as, and Hammer Slam Bowser and their vehicles. These stickers for them were only available in the Supercharged combo packs. For whatever reason, they didn't include any of these stickers in any starter packs. So, for example, Spitfire and Hot Streak, if you wanted their stickers, you would have to get the single packs. And that being said, since Super Shot Stealth Up was only available in the starter pack, she never got one of these figures released for her. That being said, you can see right there we got Spitfire, we got Hammer Slam Bowser, as well as the regular Hot Streak there. And continuing through Superchargers here. And at the end here, I have some Elites. Now, I haven't actually opened all of my Elites yet. As well, the Superchargers Elites did not have these, only the Trap Team ones. But the Gilgrunt and the Eruptor I have not taken the cards out of. The other 6 I have. And that takes us to the end of our first binder here. That being the Skylanders trading cards binder. As one down, got a few more to go. Next up, we have, actually, I'm going to save this one for a little bit later, because that one's actually kind of special. Next up, we have Skylanders Giants Topps collector cards. So for these collector cards, Topps made Skylanders Giants, Skylanders Swap Force, and Skylanders Trap Team cards. They also made a number of other things for Skylanders. But for the cards, they all have a number, which, for example, let me take Zap out here for the Skylanders Giants set. At the very bottom here, if it'll come across on camera, right below the water element symbol there, that is a number 1. So they're all numbered, and you'll notice there's a couple missing slots. I do not have all of the Topps cards yet, at least for Skylanders Giants. But you have all of your Skylanders, Spyro's Adventure. That's the thing as well, with these Topps cards, for whatever reason, let's say relating to the Skylanders Giants set, it would be showing off a lot of Spyro's Adventure things, and for Swap Force, we show off a lot of Giants. Trap Team will show off a lot of Swap Force, etc. So you have these Spyro's Adventure characters, both the regular promo art and then screenshots from in-game as well. After that, we got some of the magic items here, and the level packs, getting into some of the enemies that you face in the game, as well as, if we get into here, some NPCs. You got Chaos, Callie, Flynn, Persephone, Diggs. We also have some hats, some like specific hat cards. So for example, I'll pull out this one here that shows off Hex wearing the propeller cap. And then after that, you can see we also have Chaos's Hydra here. And then getting into Skylanders Giants characters, these are all going to be foil cards, and they are a bit tougher to come across. I believe each pack does come with at least one, but the majority of cards you get in a pack are going to be from in the earlier numbers. So that being said, there's a good amount more of these foil cards that I don't have versus the rest of the set. After that, we get into the puzzle cards. So you collect all 9 and it completes a picture on both the front and back. And for Skylanders Giants, they had 2 different ones. We also have these special color meme cards, which the finish on the fronts of these cards are actually not kind of this like almost plasticky kind of paper finish that's on these ones. These are just kind of a regular paper on the front of these cards, so you can actually color them in. I got a number of them there for Skylanders Giants. And then each pack, of course, also have this security tag card. And then after that, I get into the same thing, but duplicates. So in here, these are all duplicate ones that I have. At first, there was the Skylanders trading cards that we went through, the ones that came with the figures. I do not have a duplicates binder for those, but for just about every other thing here for these binders, I do have a regular collection one as well as a duplicates binder. So as you can see, I have opened up a lot of these packs. But one thing, as I've mentioned before, everything from my Skylanders collection I have gotten new in box. That includes these cards. And so even though I may be missing some and I could probably easily just purchase some individual ones on eBay, I am glad to say that all of these were pack pulled in a sense. And some of the puzzle cards here, duplicate Color Me In Stump Smash, some other security tag cards in the back here. And then, that is not the only thing that Topps made for Skylanders Giants. They also made stickers. Now, I will open this up and you'll see on this first page here, in the binder like cover pocket, there was this sticker album that you could purchase. It was part of a starter pack, or I believe you could also just purchase it by itself, where essentially all of these stickers had a place in this binder that you could put. So you open it up and there's these, there we go, 1, 2, 3, 4, you would have these places that you could put these stickers in, character by character, as well as a number of other things. You can see here, I don't have 26 or 27 put into this binder, but yeah, going all the way through. Is that back page. But that being said, in a sense, this is the first set of duplicates that I have, is what's in this binder. Now, I also have in this pocket here, this is just an unopened pack that I'm just keeping unopened just to have new in box, in a sense. And then this is my actual first set. So got 1 through 9 on the first page, 10 through 18 on the second page, etc. You'll see on the back there of those stickers has all of the numbers. So I'm missing 26 altogether, as well as going through here, looks like 39 and 40. Continuing along, 80. As well as 123. Looks to be 159. And that takes us to the end. Now, at the end here, there's this Chop Chop sticker that was just cut a little bit strangely. You can kind of see the corner, and this whole edge here is a little bit cut off. I also have some spare things. Now, these are the ones that I got as a kid. For some reason, they're these blue backgrounds as opposed to all the others I have here having these orange backgrounds. I'm not sure exactly what this distinction is there, but that is going to be the Skylanders Giants Topps stickers. Now this binder is unmarked, but these are the duplicates for these stickers. Now I don't have all of my duplicate stickers put into this binder yet. I have a really big stack in the other room of some more duplicates that I haven't put in here. You see I have like a page at least, if not more than one, dedicated for each sticker. So this is number 3 here, this Chaos. Those are the duplicates I have of that. And just kind of going through here. all the way to 203. All right, next up, moving on to the next game, we got Skylanders Swap Force. These are the Topps trading cards. Now, Skylanders Swap Force Topps trading cards, at least for Topps, so far is what I have tried the most to get a complete collection. I haven't quite gotten there, but I am pretty close. As well, there was this binder that you could purchase. I don't know if you could purchase it by itself, but I do know that they were available in these Toys R Us exclusive packs with some cards. And you can see I have the checklist back here. Actually on both the front and back covers on the inside there. But going through here, you have these Swap Force characters starting out. And then you get into the swap abilities going here. And then we get into some in-game screenshots. Now, as I said before, with the Giants set, it showed some Spires of Interest stuff. But here for Swap Force, all of these screenshots are from Skylanders Giants. So for example, this 4 Arms of Fury, this is Series 2 Slam Bam in Skylanders Giants, or this Heroic Dragon is Series 2 Spyro, also in Skylanders Giants. You have, as you can see, Fright Rider, which of course did not appear at all in Skylanders Swap Force, but is part of the Skylanders Swap Force set. Continuing through here, of course, we get into our enemies. You got some bosses here, like Chaos. You also got some other enemies, the Arcane Jouster, Arcane Juggernaut, and then some hats as well, before getting into our foils. And these are Swap Force foils, all these ones, just like the beginning. Starts out with regular characters, get into some of these swap abilities, and then finally we get into the, well actually not finally, but we get into the puzzle card. There's just one for this set. And then we get into some of these kind of extra special, unique cards that were available through a number of means, whether that was through, there's this Skylanders Swap Force metal tin for the Topps cards that was available, or through some other different means, like for example this Legendary Free Ranger and Legendary Zulu. Those were the Toys R Us exclusive cards that came with this binder here. And then you got like these Color Me In cards. Actually, yeah, Color Me In cards. And then I am not 100, actually, never mind. Scratch what I was going to say. Next up, we have these lenticular cards, which if I pull out, say, Blast Zone here, you see Blast Zone, but if I turn it this way, it's Blast Buckler. So as you look at it from different angles, it looks different. I also have Grilla Drilla or Grilla Shift here at the bottom, got that one. And then Night Shift versus Night Shake. And then we get into these. Now these are glow-in-the-dark cards, and honestly, in my opinion, the coolest of the set. Now it's not dark here, so I can't really show them very easily, but this Magna Charge and Free Ranger at the bottom, as well as the next page, these these four. The actual line work for the character artwork, so not like the entire picture, but like the outlines of the characters are actually embossed on the card, so they're like raised up from the surface, and those lines glow in the dark. I will post a picture of what I'm referring to at some point, I'm sure. We also have these swappable stickers that were also part of this set. A few other ones that were just not part of your normal number count from earlier. Master Eon, Lycor Countdown, a couple other ones back here, as well as this advertisement card for the Skylanders Swap Force Brady Games Guide. as well as an ad for the Skylanders Cubies, another Topps product. There's also these mini swappable stickers, and of course your security tag. Other than that, I have just a few extras here, and then this. So for those that don't know, at least for some of the games, maybe not all of them, there were alternate sets of cards released outside of the US. I live in the US, these are what was available to me at the time, but there are more cards that were released outside of the US, and that includes this one, which is this swapping between this wash drilla or grilla buckler. On the back it's just this kind of just plain Topps Skylanders Swap Force logo. But that is from, I believe, the European set. If there's someone out there watching that knows better, do correct me in the comments. And of course, with that, you also got to have your duplicates. Now, as I said before, the Skylanders Swap Force Topps cards is one of the sets that I have so far tried to, I've worked the hardest to complete. And I've gotten a lot of packs, as shown off by this duplicates binder. These are all the duplicates of the Skylanders Swap Force Topps cards. And I will say this is not the biggest binder I have to show you today. But gosh, this is heavy, sorry. I'm just gonna kind of brush through these. Into the swapabilities, and into some of the in-game screenshots. In the back half here, we got foils, we got sticker sheets, we got advertisement card, lots of advertisement cards. Puzzle stickers, I said already, I think. All of those. So that is my Skylanders Swap Force Topps collector card duplicates right there. If I can even get these back together without everything falling apart on me. There we go. I'm gonna have to put that down here actually. Then, one that I'm definitely lacking the most on is Skylanders Trap Team Topps collector cards. Now, in this front cover here, I do have an unopened pack. And then I have a number of cards here, and these are not part of the US set. I believe these were Europe as well. We have like a couple here. I have some, character cards, and definitely the most interesting, well, actually second most interesting among these is this Grenade Wanted poster, very shiny. On the back it says, "Reward villain will fight for good instead of evil. Can you trap them all?" Grenade villains, right there. Pretty cool, I'd say. But definitely the most interesting that are part of this set are cards that look like this. Now you can see here it says, "You've trapped Dreamcatcher," and it has, oops, just dropped a card. Just a moment. Sorry about that. So it says, "You've trapped Dreamcatcher," and it has this black circle here. And it says, "Super Villain" on the back. Looks like that. Now this black circle is actually a heat reactive surface. So let's say I put some heat, I'll apply some heat from my hands onto the card, warm the surface up a little bit. and it starts to reveal an image. Now this will just go back to black over time. Put a little bit more heat onto there. And the more heat you add, the clearer that image becomes. You've trapped Dreamcatcher. Pretty cool, I'd say. But then throughout this binder, I have just this normal set here, just as you would expect from the other sets that we've seen so far. You got your Swap Force in-game screenshots, including, for example, like Lightcore Warnado here, or Ninja Stealth Elf. Although it just says Warnado and Stealth Elf on the cards. But then you get into the foils back here. And then as well, most of the trappable villains also had foil cards. So you can see we have, for example, Chompy, Tussle Sprout, Slobber Trap, Hood Sickle, Shield Shredder, etc. You get these special foils in the back, which show a Trap Master and a trappable villain. So, for example, this first one here is Snapshot Traps Chaos. It's a little bit hard to see, but at least on this camera, I think. But this there you can kind of see it. The image of Chaos there in this chrome circle. And it says Snapshot Traps Chaos. It's the same for all of these Trap Masters and villains. And then, of course, we got some Color Me In cards. And then as well, there was these 16 mini cards that I believe were available through a promotion at Walmart, although I could be incorrect about that. And then, or sorry, not 16, all 8 minis, it says on the card there. And one of the most interesting, kind of unique cards, in a sense, quote-unquote cards, that were available were these in the back. These are essentially singular trap trays. So I'm not going to demonstrate, but I believe I have one that I'll show off at some point that I did put together. But basically, to pull this out here, you would be able to fold this around and you'd be able to punch out this little hole here. And this would basically, you just fold it into a square and it would stand up by itself and it would be able to hold a single trap. And on the back here, it shows some pictures of villains as well as the names of those villains at the top that are just stickers that you would put on to this at the front, and basically would become its own mini trap tray for a singular trap. And there was 10 of these different trap trays released with this set. 2 water, 2 life, 1 for the other original 8 elements, and that's because water and life each had more villains. Tech also did have more villains than the rest, but they just kind of squished 5 onto that one. And now at the bottom here, they'd be like, oh, well, shouldn't those be in this other more front section with the other villain cards? And looking at the numbers on this scratch 2 as well back here, they are numbered and match up with everything, but the thing is, with the Skylanders Trap Team Topps card set, each card, well, most of them, maybe not some of the more kind of specialty cards, you could get lucky and find a golden card. So you can see here, a little bit hard to see on camera, but the border of this card is gold instead of the normal white that it would be. And that's the same for this Zombini hat scratch card, as well as this Golden Queen, Broccoli Guy, and Pinata. Each of those have gold borders. So the gold versions of the regular cards. And I kind of like to think of them as Golden Queen having basically just come up and turn the cards to gold. That is the Skylanders Trap Team Tops cards. Of course, we have your duplicate binder. This is all just packaging. These aren't actual in-box packs. I'll have to find a better place for these. But got your normal duplicates here. Good number of those trap trays in the back. Now, oh, actually, one other thing, which is this unmarked binder here, and this is Tops Swap Force dog tags. Make sure I say it right. Skylanders Swap Force Tops dog tags is an unopened pack here, and each of these do have numbers as well. I do not have a complete set of these either, but this is a much easier set to complete. There weren't that many of these that they made. But you have some normal characters, you have some swap abilities back here, and each pack that you get would come with this little checklist, which if I open up here, you'll see it shows all of the dog tags to collect. And you see it says collect all 44. Now, we're going to get into some really cool stuff as far as cards go. So, let's see. I'm going to start with something that you might not have heard of. Ooh, I totally forgot to put this grenade card back in place. Just a moment while I get that taken care of actually. I don't want to lose anything. There we go. So, for those that are unaware, in, I believe, Italy, it was either Italy or France, but I think it was Italy. There's a company called Eddie Boss, and Eddie Boss made a special card set for Skylanders. They made two different sets, a Series 1 and a Series 2. And essentially, what they're called are Lemon cards. And I'll show off a couple of the Series 1 ones I have here, which in my experience have been a lot harder to come by than the Series 2. This is what the packaging looks like. And then I have just some individual cards here. So there's this, for example, this Chrome Igniter card. This is what the back looks like here. Pretty cool in my opinion. Got Wrecking Ball here. This one's not Chrome. And I cannot read that language. It is not English. But it is either Spanish or Italian. I think it's Italian. Also have a Thumpback one here. Other than that, there's a checklist card here I have. And then what makes Lemon cards really interesting are the clear cards. These cards, basically, a lot of it is completely clear, completely transparent. I do have all of these in these card protectors, but I'll go ahead and, for example, pull out this Series 2 Double Treble card. And you can see here, it is transparent except for the artwork. You see on the back there. Kind of a little easier to see. But as far as the Series 1 set, those are all of the cards that I have at the moment. But I mean, you can see here the checklist. There is quite a few out there. But they also, they also made a Series 2. Now, Series 2 are a bit easier to come by. and a good while back I ordered some, and as it turns out, I made a mistake. I did not realize that what I was purchasing was a lot of, I think, 5 packs each. I thought it was just 1 pack each. So I ordered 20, what I thought were 1 packs, but it was 20 lots of 5. So I got, I think, 100 packs, each with 6 cards in them. And so I ended up with quite a few. This is my duplicates binder, which I'll show off in a sec. But they also released this binder here, which is just your Eddie Boss Lemon Cards binder, and it has a checklist on the inside, and then in the middle as well, it comes with this really cool looking poster, which is this double-sided poster, which, in my opinion, kind of unfortunate that they decided to do it this way, because the poster is essentially folded in half inside this binder. But yeah, really, really cool cards though. And one in particular that I'll show off, well, first of all, I'll say, for these cards, they go up to number 160. I have not completely filled in this binder yet, but you'll see on the pages, it has this little chrome, if it'll come off on camera, number. So it'll say on this page, you'll find these numbers for this 3x3. And I will eventually get the rest of the cards in here. But as I mentioned, I did get way too many, but it worked out because out of all those packs, I did get a complete set, but there was 1 card that I only got 1 of. So potentially, if I had gotten any less packs than I did, I might not have gotten a complete set, and that is this Flashwing card here. Now, I don't think it's actually rarer than other cards in particular. I think that's just kind of how my luck turned out. But that being said, if I get into here, open it up. Now this is what I purchased. It's basically a pack of 5 packs. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 individual packs in this little baggie here. This is a singular pack by itself. That's what that looks like. I have a number of other duplicate cards. Be careful with my second monitor here. Number of other duplicate cards in the cover here. And I'm gonna be pretty careful, it's pretty heavy. But just going through here, and I will make a video at some point with a lot of chrome cards. Got some, of course, in-game screenshot ones, and then of course the really cool clear cards. There's one in particular that I'm going to show off. Actually, I'll show off 2 in particular, I think. If I can just go through to them. Pick them out here. All right, so just a moment. Actually, I'm going to have to grab one thing in order to show this off properly. Give me 2 seconds. All right, just got an 8.5 by 11 sheet of white printer paper here. And what I'm showing off, basically, you can see I have this igniter card here. And just kind of showing off here, most of this card is clear, and the artwork itself, you'll notice that the igniter is missing some of his features. It's just kind of this, the top of the head here, but you don't have all the flame that comes off of it, or the flame that surrounds his sword here. But all of that is actually just part of the clear part. So if I hold it up to just a plain piece of white paper, you can see it's very clearly all there. They just decided to make that part transparent, which is pretty cool, I think. And a little bit odd looking. but a lot of these are like that. One in particular that's a little bit jarring to look at is this crusher here, because for whatever reason they decided to cut the eyes out of the character. If I hold it up to the paper here, you can even see that a little more clearly. For whatever reason, they decided Crusher's blue eyes don't need to be part of his artwork. Anyways, I'll go ahead and close up that. I'll just kind of really quickly, I'm not even going to be able to flip through these, I'm just going to have to show you that there's a lot of cards here. A lot. You can even see just how many checklist cards there are on the back, all these orange cards here. We'll go ahead and set that binder off to the side here. And before I get into the last of the cards, I'm going to go ahead and get caught up a little bit on chat. Let's see what we got going on here. Mention what number you're missing, I can check mine. I do appreciate that, Martin. As I mentioned before, though, I am like all of the items in my collection I have gotten new in box, and I'm choosing to keep it that way, and that includes all of the cards. So I do appreciate you checking to see what ones you have that I'm missing, but I'm trying to get all of mine straight from the packs. Gotta go to work in the morning, we'll rewatch. Appreciate it, Martin. Have a good night. Thank you for joining. Hope you have a good shift tomorrow. Salty, hello Salty, how you doing? I'm salivating. Hey Jillian, how's it going? Hope your day is going well. Are you positive you don't want to sell your unreleased crystals, not even dupes? Yes, at the moment I am not planning on selling anything. I've worked very hard to put together the collection that I have, and at the current moment I'm not planning on selling anything. That being said, I do take occasional trips to the used toy store nearby, and some pickups I will sell off if I find something that's worth selling. But that's only for loose figures that I don't really care about keeping. For the unreleased crystals, for the time being, those are staying with me. Those are awesome, I really like those. I'm assuming you're referring to the Layman cards, and I agree with you, Jillian. They are really cool. Going well. Showing us things I haven't seen before. Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I'm going through my entire collection today. It is currently 3:30 in the afternoon where I am, and I started this stream at 1 p.m. I imagine I'm going to be here for a good while longer. But yeah, so for those that are just joining, as I said, I am going through my whole collection today. Figures, cards, posters, everything included. And yeah, we've currently gone through a good number of figures. Looked at some prototype figures, including some really cool ones like unreleased creation crystals and prototype figures for the unreleased 7th installment of the Skylanders franchise. We've gone through some cards as well, which we are just about to wrap up. And we're going to wrap up with probably the most notable card set that was ever made for Skylanders, and that, of course, I'm referring to is Skylanders Battlecast. You'll notice here on the cover of this binder it says A through M. And that is because they made a lot of different Battlecast cards, and I gotten a lot. I purchased a lot of cards, and unfortunately, they don't exactly make binders big enough for a whole Battlecast card set. So, if I open up here, you'll see I have a Skylanders Battlecast pack here. Now, this is from the General Mills promotion. After the initial release of the Skylanders Battlecast game and the cards and the packs, they did include a few new cards in some General Mills cereal boxes.
There was a Sonic Boom, a Prism Break, as well as a few exclusive to Battlecast variants of characters. And then this pack here is this Chrome Skylanders Battlecast pack, and this was included in all of these Skylanders Superchargers starter packs. So if you get a Skylanders Superchargers starter pack off the shelf, one thing that's included is a pack of Battlecast cards, and this specifically comes with Spitfire and Stealth Elf, the same characters that you get in your normal Supercharger starter pack. That being said, besides those General Mills promotional cards, as well as a few other specific ones, which I'll get into in just a little bit, all of the cards had a regular version, they had a silver foil version, and they had a gold foil version. I have all these alphabetized here, starting with 5th Degree Burn, About to Blow, and Abracaboom. And you'll see for Abracaboom here, I do have all three. Have this regular version. We have the silver foil version, and the gold foil version. And it probably goes without saying, but the rarity does scale with these different foil cards. So your standard card is going to be the most commonly found, followed by the silver, and then the rarest being the gold foils. And that is like its own rarity scale aside from the normal rarity scale with Battlecast cards, where if you look at the bottom here, you'll see this little crown shaped rune symbol. I don't know how well it's coming across on camera, but it's in the bottom middle of the card there, and it's colored white. And any of these cards that are colored white are considered common. Then you get cards that are blue on the bottom, like this one About to Blow here. Those are rare. And then after that would be the ones with purple on the bottom. Those are epic. And the hardest to find rarity for just your regular Battlecast cards is this yellow or gold color, and that is ultimate. That being said, I'm just going to kind of quickly go through here. You can see most of the foil cards I do not have. There's even a few specific base cards that I do not have. That being said, there were 30 cards that were exclusive to the digital game. So for those that don't know how Skylanders Battlecast worked, was for these card packs, there's this sawtooth design on the edge, and the game used your camera with augmented reality, and you would scan the card with your camera on your device, and then the character would pop up in real life on your camera on your screen before being added to your collection in the game. But 30 cards were only available digitally. They did not release them physically, and I do have to update my binder to account for that, because I initially thought that that was not the case. So there are some empty slots like this that should not be there. That being said, just gonna go through here. As I mentioned, this is A through M. And real quick here, you'll see this is Sonic Boom's spell card. On the card itself, it says Full Scrim Ahead, and has an image of Sonic Boom with an egg that has a question mark on it. Sonic Boom was one of the General Mills promotional characters, and for their spell cards, they would have a question mark on the card art, and in the game, once you scanned it in, would reveal the true name of the card. So for this example, Full Scream Ahead, that is just Sonic Boom's catchphrase in the normal games. The actual name of the spell card in the game is Egg Toss, so I have it here as Egg Toss in this alphabetical order. And then additionally, as I mentioned as well, there were a few exclusive variants to the General Mills promotion, one of which was for Trigger Happy, and it was known as High Noon Trigger Happy. And you'll see here, that is this card at the top here. There's also a variant of Hothead called Obsidian Hothead. You can see here as well, this is the Prism Break, the other exclusive character for General Mills, and the real name of this card, even though it says on here to being the Supreme, real name is Imprism. Oops, skipped a page there, I believe. And then I'll go ahead and move on to the N through Z, and I'll make this one a little bit quicker, since I think you kind of already get the idea. N through Z, I have all of those. And we'll say, for those of you out there that are collecting these cards, or any Skylanders cards, or just cards in general, even if it's not Skylanders, like Pokemon cards, or baseball cards, or whatever, I highly recommend that you get these card protector sheets that I'm using here. You can see here's the Hothead with the question mark there. That is the Obsidian Hothead variant. But these work great. They are made by, oh, I'm blanking on the name. Ultra Pro. There it is. These are the Ultra Pro Platinum Series top-loaded 3x3 pages, and what's really great about these is that they are still very flexible, but they're also very durable, these pages, and they are even UV protective, so your cards will be it's not that it works 100% perfectly, but it's better than your average just regular plastic sheet of paper, or plastic sheet of card sheet. I don't know what I'm saying. Protecting your cards from UV rays. Now, Spitfire here, we're gonna have to come back to. I'll show you what I mean momentarily. Same thing with Stealth Elf here, and a couple of their spell cards. So, as we get towards the end of the N through Z binder, just about finished here. So this Trickster's Trap, and I didn't show it earlier, but Burning Rubber for Spitfire. Those two cards, as well as this just regular Spitfire and Stealth Elf, are going to come into play in just a moment. Now, as I mentioned before, there's these sawtooth patterns on the edges of all the Battlecast cards. And let's say you found a really cool card and you wanted to show it off online. Well, the thing is, these cards can't get scanned in infinitely. Each copy of each different card has its own unique sawtooth pattern. So for example, this XL 500 scope card, if I got this one and then I got a second XL 500 scope card, those would each have different sawtooth patterns. And you can only scan in a card once into the app. So if you wanted to show this off and you hadn't scanned in your card, then you would need one of these, which is a card shield. And essentially, you would just slide your card in, and it has this border that would block the view of that sawtooth edge. So you could still post your picture online and not worry about someone loading your card into their game. There's also these mini posters and informational cards that came with some of the packs, and then we get into what I was mentioning before: Spitfire, Stealth Elf, Trickster's Trap, and I don't have a Burning Rubber at the moment, but essentially there was a number of different versions of these cards released. Before Battlecast was officially released, they did release a few cards in a couple of other different ways. For example, Kid Cuisine, they had some Skylanders Kid Cuisine boxes that they put together and would include Battlecast cards. They also had some microcomic fun packs that would include them, McDonald's Happy Meal toys, as well as like a magazine, I think, maybe one or two other things. And there was just slight variations because they were not technically the finalized versions of the cards. Some of them would not have a sawtooth pattern at all on the edge. It would just be a straight border all the way around. Others would have a different shaped rune at the bottom, so that crown shape is a triangle shape. It would also have an alternate version of the text of basically describing what the card does. It would be an alternate version, or an unfinalized version, I should say, of the card text. And that is what these are. And then definitely one of the most interesting things is this card here, this Boo card. So Boo is just a normal card in the set. It's a common card. But what's interesting about this card in particular is if you look closely at the top edge, you see it's crimped. And this is something, just kind of a phenomenon that happens with a lot of different cards that are released in these kind of packs, where essentially you like get a pack, and I don't have a Battlecast one specifically to show off what I'm talking about, but I will show off using another card pack. So I believe, yes. If we look at this Series 1 Layman cards for a second. So sometimes Battlecast cards will be packaged in this way, where they'd be in this little plastic wrapping, and the factories would basically like put the cards in and then crimp the package shut. And in this particular case with this card, the missed the mark a little bit and accidentally kind of crimped the card at the top when it was supposed to just be sealing the pack. So kind of interesting. And promises the home stretch for the cards. We're going to get into, and this is only going to take really a moment, my duplicate binders for Battlecast. Now I mentioned that the Skylanders Swap Force Tops cards are the set that I've really tried to the most to get a lot of cards for, or excuse me, try the hardest to get a complete set. But that is, I was specifically talking about tops. Of course, you saw the Layman cards, duplicate binder, but the Battlecast, that's something else entirely. As you can see here, this is a duplicate binder. And this is only specifically A through M. So this is about as many cards as are in the other ones that are pretty big, but this is only half of them because, well, it's just A through M here. And for this one specifically, I have these tabs that kind of label, okay, this is A, B, C, D, E, all in alphabetical order. These are my duplicate Battlecast cards. And just kind of to go through here, there's a lot. Goes without saying, there's a lot. I even have a few duplicate foil cards. We have I believe I have one duplicate gold foil and then a good number of duplicate silver foils. That being said, there are definitely more complete collections that others have put together out there for Battlecast. That is A through N. And then I also over here have N through Z. And this one's even heavier than any of the others because it specifically has a ton of card shields, as well as the info cards and the mini posters in the back there. But these are just some other duplicates I need to get in here. But like, Battlecast, there you go. Let me get this together here, make sure it doesn't fall apart on me. We'll eventually need to get either a bigger binder or just split these up into more binders than they're already in, because they're just split up between two at the moment. But that'll be a project for another day. All right, other than that, I do have set off to the side here, just another one of those Swap Force Tops binders. I'll set off there. Go ahead and move this Lemon Cards binder out of the way. In fact, I'm actually going to have to move some of these around a little bit. Bear with me just a moment. Alrighty here, get some of these out of the way. I'm also going to check my camera battery here. Alright, we're looking good. Alrighty, set that off to the side. And another kind of thing, this kind of unique little thing I pulled out just for this is a Skylanders Swap Force Tops dog tag chute that I got completely new, still plastic wraps all together. Came with a whole bunch of dog tag packs in here, and basically stores would get this, they'd open this up. In here I just have all of the packaging from all of the dog tags. But also in here are a couple little plastic hooks, which basically would allow the store to just put this onto like a wall or something. But yeah, got that there. Okay. Let me get a little bit caught up with chat here. Where can you find prototypes like mine for sale? So that is a really difficult question to answer because you just never know when or where a prototype is going to pop up for sale. eBay is usually a pretty trusted site, and it's not often that prototype toys get listed there, but typically they will be listed on eBay a little more often than some other sites. But that being said, just look around, like check some different sites, see what you can find, and just keep checking back, and hope that you're lucky enough to find one like with good timing where you're able to get it before someone else does. That's pretty much the recipe. Let's see. Do you think about Skylanders collaborating with U2s next year? Do you think that will lead to something else or just nostalgia merch? So, I personally am very excited that Skylanders is partnering with U2s to make us some new toys. I mean, it's the first time that we've gotten any new Skylanders merch in many years, maybe since like 2018, 2019, something like that. So it's been a while, and I'm very glad with whatever they happen to do. I'm grateful that they're making that happen. That being said, I think that when they do make an announcement, when they start releasing these toys, it's mainly just going to be the like flagship characters that we're going to see, potentially just one or a couple or maybe like 5, I don't know, that they'll be releasing. But in my opinion, as far as if this will lead to anything, um, I am doubtful. But that being said, that I would have said that about any little bit of information on. I mean, over the past 3-4 years, there's been a number of things said about Microsoft purchasing Activision, Toys for Bob going solo, a number of other things, and I've always just been cautiously optimistic, but not expecting anything to happen. And that was the case for this too. I don't think that it's going to lead to like a new game or anything. That being said, as far as if it's going to lead to more U2s, I think that is possible, but more than likely is going to be this initial, however many they're going to release, is just kind of testing the waters, seeing how much, what's the word? Seeing how much demand there is for this kind of a thing, and maybe if it does well enough, they might do more. But I would expect that for when they start making these, definitely going to start with flagship characters, some combination of probably like your main Academy characters. You got like Spyro, Stealth Elf, Eruptor, Pop Fizz, Jetpack, Chaos. Maybe throw in like Gilgrunt, Trigger Happy from the original starter pack, Faithful Trio. But like those would be like the only characters I would expect to come up at all from from this initial U2's thing. But yeah, Dreamcatcher's Face Your Fears card is my favorite. The art and concept is fantastic. I'm not 100% sure what you're referring to. Is this referring to the Trap Team Tops cards rookie? Let's see. Can you put me in your will? Unfortunately, no. But I appreciate you wanting to be in my will, I guess. Also, if you tried the prototype Skylanders 7 tags in-game. I have not yet, but that is on purpose. I'm going to make a video at some point where I do try that. I would not expect anything to come of it. These chips were just, and same for the chips that are in the prototype figures, if there are any, we don't know. I would not expect to do anything in the current games that we have access to, Spider Adventure through Imaginators. But that being said, like, well, yeah, just, I guess they were used to test stuff while they were doing while they were making this game that didn't come out. So, like, I wouldn't expect them to do anything, even if the chips are functioning. All right, so it looks like I'm pretty caught up on chat for the time being. Once again, just for anyone watching now or in the future, appreciate you tuning in and appreciate you just hanging out with me. And I guess it's time to get into the next thing. So, what are you guys' thoughts? We could go look at some comic books, posters, we could look at some more figures, or just some other random merch. This pretty much they tried to make Skylanders something you saw in every aisle of the store, right? Anything you can imagine, there was a Skylanders officially licensed product made of that, whatever item it is. So there was a lot of different things that they made that we can get into. Salty says, figures would be heat. All right, let's get into some more figures. So where we left off was Undead, which means that Earth is up next. And actually, yeah, let's get into some Earth. Just a moment, I'm going to go ahead and get a couple more things actually cleared off in my station here. It's going to be just a moment. Apologize for the delay. Anyways, well, while I am getting some stuff set up here, I'll say either if you're watching now or watching in the future, go ahead and put in the comments what your favorite Skylanders game is and why. Like, what's your favorite Skylanders game? Me personally, my favorite is Skylanders Superchargers, specifically because I love the story. I think that the story of the game is just phenomenal, super well written. Not that it's like anything too special as far as stories as a whole goes, but as far as Skylanders goes, definitely have the best story, and I love playing through it. And of course, that's not to say that I think the game is absolutely perfect in every way, but I do love Superchargers. That being said, Skylanders Giants does definitely have the biggest nostalgia factor for me. It's the first game that I got. And then after that, I got Spyro's Adventure, and then I got each game as they came out. Swap Force, Trap Team, Superchargers, Imaginators. So, that being said, Skylanders Imaginators is actually the game I play the most, and that is because of the fact that essentially all of my figures are compatible, and I can't say that with any of the other games, of course. You can't play Kingpin in Skylanders Swap Force, for example. That being said, I really don't have a ton of time in my day-to-day to play Skylanders in general. It's been a little bit since I picked up the controller. Alright, I forgot one thing. Alright, let's get into some Earth figures. So, I guess I'll start off with Spyro's Adventure. We have, of course, Series 1 Bash, as well as the Toys R Us exclusive Legendary Bash in-game variants. We got Dino Ring. Got Series 1 Prism Break. Series 1 Seraphim, as well as the Terabyte Sidekick, still in his original baggie. Moving on to Skylanders Giants, we've got Crusher, Flashwing, Jade Flashwing, Target exclusive in-game variant. We also have Series 2 Bash, Series 2 Prism Break, Light Core Prism Break, and Series 2 Terrafin. After that, moving into Skylanders Swap Force, we have Doomstone, oh shoot, what do you got? Rebel Rouser, Scorp, Slobbertooth, along with the GameStop exclusive Dark Edition variant, Series 3 Hyper Beam Prison Break, Series 3 Knockout Terrafin, and Light Core Flashwing. Moving on to Trap Team, we have Headrush, as well as the Target exclusive in-game variant, Nitro Headrush, Wallop, Fist Bump, Rocky Roll, and the minis Bop and Terabyte. And moving on to Skylanders Superchargers, Smash Hit, as well as the Best Buy exclusive in-game variant, Steel-Plated Smash Hit, and a reimagined Supercharger Knockout Sharpshooter Terrafin. There we are. We also have the Shark Tank vehicle, the Thump Truck vehicle. Honestly, one of my favorite vehicles right here is the Thump Truck. And moving on to Skylanders Imaginators, Barbella, Tri-Tip, as well as the Toys R Us exclusive in-game variant Legendary Tri-Tip, Golden Queen, as well as the GameStop exclusive Dark Edition variant, Dark Golden Queen. And of course we have our 3 creation crystals, the Earth Armor, the Earth Rocket, and the unreleased Earth Rune. We'll move on to Fire next. Once again, it's going to be just a moment while I get this set up here. Once again, for those just joining us or watching in the future, we are going through my entire Skylanders collection today. Currently going through about to go through the Fire Element figures. And that being said, there are a few here and there that I have not shown off yet as far as figures go. But rest assured, we're going to get to them all. And you will see why that is momentarily as well. Well, in a little bit, I should say. Alright, just about got all of these fire figures set up here. I might be wrong on this, but I'm pretty sure Fire might actually have more figures than any other element. unless you count multi-elemental. Um, Chaos is the element with the least amount of figures, with only 3. And of course, with the quote-unquote multi-elemental figures, that is just the CYOS printed card and printed model, aka the Imaginator card and 3D printed Imaginator figure. Alright, got my fire figure set up here. Let me get caught up on chat just real quick. Let's see. Base game pick, Supercharged, best by far, best service graphics, and best game feel. Good way to put it, I'd say. Alright, moving on to fire here. Let's get into some Spyro's Adventure. We'll start off with Series 1 Eruptor. Moving on to Series 1 Flameslinger. Series 1 Igniter. And Sunbird. Moving on to Skylanders Giants, we have Hothead. Series 1 Hot Dog. As well as the Walmart exclusive in-game variant. Oh, where'd he go? Oh shoot, he's still up there. One moment. There we are. Molten Hot Dog. And then followed by Series 2 Eruptor. Light Core Eruptor. Series 2 Flame Slinger. One of my all-time favorite figures right there. Series 2 Igniter, as well as the Toys R Us exclusive in-game variant Legendary Series 2 Igniter, or Series 2 Legendary Igniter. Moving on to Skylanders Swap Force, we have Blast Zone, as well as Dark Blast Zone, GameStop exclusive. Then we have Firecracker, Jade Firecracker, and then getting into the cores, we have, where did it go? There it is, Series 1 Rhino, as well as Smolder Dash, Light Core Smolder Dash, and then Series 3 Lava Barf Eruptor, as well as Series 3 Volcanic Eruptor, and then Series 2 Firebone Hot Dog, then we'll get into some Skylanders Trap teams, starting with Kaboom, Wildfire, Dark Wildfire, and Torch, Trailblazer, Series 2 Hog Wild Rhino, as well as the minis Small Fry and Weeruptor, and the Easter Edition Excellent Weeruptor. Then of course we have Spitfire, Dark Spitfire, Lava Lance Eruptor, Reimagine Supercharger, and then we already showed off Hammer Slam Bowser earlier, and we're showing off the prototype chest. We'll go ahead and pull him out real quick. Got him right there. as well as the Toys R Us exclusive
Dark Edition. And then we have the Burn Cycle vehicle, excuse me.
as well as the regular and iOS version of Hot Streak.
So one of these
will show up as special Hot Streak in the game. We also have Dark Hot Streak and Golden Hot Streak. And moving on to Skylanders Imaginators, of course we have
Ember,
Firewolf,
Easter Edition
Hard-Boiled Firewolf, Taekwon Crow, the GameStop exclusive Mystical Taekwon Crow, as well as the Creation
Crystals, the Fire Acorn,
Reactor, and in this custom packaging, the unreleased Fire Angel Creation Crystal. And that does it for Fire. Let's see. All right. One moment here while I get some more space going. Unfortunately, I only have a table that is so big. Cannot fit everything on here, so I do have to do these in batches. So just bear with me for one moment if you don't mind.
All right. So we are about halfway through the figures right now.
And I think
It's about time that we get into some new unboxed stuff.
so. For those that missed the beginning of this live stream, I did show off.
I have a cabinet here in my living room that houses
my whole collection as far as building to 603. What that means is there are 603 figures to collect. I'm currently building towards that. I do not have all the figures yet, but I'm pretty close. And all of them that I do have so far, except for one, which I'll get into a little bit later, are housed in this cabinet right here. That being said, a good number of them are new in box, and I want to keep them that way. And so they're kind of towards the back, a little bit harder to get out. And now that I have some shelf space that is free and I can access them, let's get into some more rare stuff. Well, some of it is more rare. Alright, just about finished here, bear with me. Alrighty, so we're going to start off with air for new in box. Actually, sorry, one moment more. One thing that I have to grab for this. I'll be right back. All right. So, for air, starting off, I have Elite Whirlwind here. Now, these Elite boxes, the foil that's on the outside is very prone to fingerprints, so that is why I'm wearing gloves to handle these. I have Elite Whirlwind. Also have Series 1 Clear Whirlwind here. Moving on, I have the Violet Metallic Lightning Rod, or as the official name is, just Metallic Lightning Rod. Also have Clear Thunderbolt. Snow Bright Stormblade, the 2015 Employee Edition. I also have here new in box Polar Whirlwind. And then I have Glow in the Dark Tornado. I also have a second one though, and this second one is pretty special. So, Glow in the Dark Tornado, for those that don't know, is a chase variant, glows in the dark, and was released in both a single and triple pack. However, for this specific Glow in the Dark Tornado, something kind of special about an Iwei Huang signed Glow in the Dark Tornado. Moving on to Life. Got, let's see, Clear Tough Luck. Oh no. Oh, can you hear me? Alright, hopefully, okay. What's the last thing that we heard? Alright, well I'm just going to backtrack just a little bit. So we got Polar Whirlwind here from Skylanders Giants new in box, and then Glow in the Dark Tornado, which for those that don't know was released in a single and triple pack, this chase variant. And I have two of them. This one in particular is signed by Iwei Huang, the lead, I believe the official, what is it, official, like, rank or whatever it is, like his official title, that's what I'm thinking of. His official title, I believe, was Toy and Character Director, but he designed a lot of the characters, the Skylanders characters that you know and love, especially from the early games. But yeah, got a Glow in the Dark Tornado signed by him. Moving on to Life, we have Clear Tough Luck. Also have the Frito-Lay Flocked Some Smash. as well as, make sure I'm keeping things on track here, the Snowflocked Series 2 Stump Smash, as well as, of course, Elite Stealth Elf, and Elite Zook. And as well for Undead, Gold Chop Chop here. And then the rest I'm going to have to still grab out. So just one more moment here. Alrighty. Apologies for the wait. Next up, we got Halloween Fright Rider, followed by Glow in the Dark Fright Rider. We also have Bronze Tomb Buggy from Skylanders Superchargers, as well as Bronze Bone Bash Roller Brawl, then one of, if not my favorite, chase variants, I'll say one of, is this blue metallic Chop Chop. This is from Toy Fair 2013, and it looks just beautiful. Love the paint job they did on there. And for those that don't know, this is the only Series 2 Chop Chop in a single pack. The other one was only available in the Battle Pack, so if you just wanted to get Series 2 Chop Chop and you didn't want the other stuff in that Battle Pack, well, you were out of luck unless you were at Toy Fair to get this, or you got it through some other means, such as there was, I think, a giveaway promotion, maybe one or two other things. As well, Clear Shortcut. And this is actually the only rare chase variant I found myself in stores. All the other stuff that's hard to find, like the real rare stuff, I had to get online. Also have Pearl Hex here, the Nuremberg Toy Fair edition. And then, actually, one moment. I also have Elite Chop Chop and Elite Ghost Roaster. All right, moving on to Earth. One moment here. Once again, we make some space here. Alrighty. For new in box Earth figures, we've got Granite Crusher here, Toys R Us exclusive in-game variants, as well as a Toys R Us, I said Toys R Us, didn't I? I meant Target exclusive in-game variant. This, however, is a Toys R Us exclusive. This figure is Blue Bash Chase variant. We also have Elite Terrafin, Elite Dino Ring, and Pink Barbella. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and go through the new in box fire figures real quick, and then I'm going to take another break from figures and move on to something else. And I will say it is currently 4:32 in the afternoon here. I still, I think, got a couple hours left in me, but unfortunately do not have all night. So we might have to end this early at some point in the future and come back to it another day, just as a heads up. One moment while I get those fire figures out. Alrighty, it is fire figure time. Start off with Elite Eruptor right here. Then we also got the Bronze Series 1 Hot Dog Chase variant. Now there's three different versions of this packaging. So you can see up here in the corner it says E3 and Licensing Show Edition 2012. Or sorry, 2013, excuse me. But there's also a Gamescom 2013 alternate version that said that instead in the top corner. There's also a third one which was available in Europe at an LG promotion, so it says LG. And I believe it was the same promotion in which they had available, or at least announced, the Skylanders Battleground starter pack for the LG Smart TV. Next up we have Silver Eruptor. As well as the Amazon exclusive Golden Series 2 Flame Slinger. Moving on, we also have Patina Lava Lance Eruptor. To go along with the Patina Burn Cycle. We also have, of course, the exclusive event edition 2015 Hot Streak, which honestly one of my favorite in-game variants there, actually. As well, we have the Frito-Lay green Firebone hot dog here. And then I also have the purple and the red. And that purple did not show up on the camera very well. It is very purple in person. I just have to take my word for it. And then I have the Employee Edition 2013 Light Core Snowder Dash, which lights up blue on the portal and it is very glittery. And it's actually one of the few chase variants to actually have the official name printed on the box. Some of them we don't know the official names of, others we only know the official names of through either the Collection Vault app or through some other means. Maybe it was a Amazon listing or a post of some kind made by the devs. We also have the Master December, the Employee Edition for 2016. One of the best looking chase variants by far in my opinion. Although my all-time favorite is the Snowbright Stormblade that we showed off earlier. Alright, and I believe that concludes the fire figures. I'll go ahead and double check just to be sure. Alright, yes, looks like that is it for fire for now. One moment here. Get a little caught up on chat, see how we're doing.
Michael's out for 5 seconds. Awesome. Do you plan on buying Patina Roller Brawl on that guy's Etsy you buy from? That is something that I'm not going to discuss at the moment, actually. Anything that I am in the market to either buy or just kind of have my eye on, or anything big in particular, for example, there's a $50,000 Happy Birthday Ben Starcast on eBay, as well as a few, I think, $15,000 prototype listings. Anything that's kind of interesting like that, that I may or may not have my eye on, is not something that I'm going to necessarily confirm that I have my eye on at the moment. But I do appreciate you asking. That being said, let's see, we could either get into posters, we could get into some comic books, or we could get into just some other random merch. What are you guys' thoughts? Welcome back, Martin.
Can't sleep? Alright, well, let's see, I don't quite remember where we left off when you left, but we initially went through some figures today. We looked at some prototype figures. We then went through a whole bunch of cards, and then after that went back into some figures. Just finished up
With the fire element, as well as all of the new in-box figures
from Air Through Fire.
Air, Life, Undead Earth, and Fire.
And now we are switching gears for a bit. And once again, for anyone watching, I do appreciate you tuning in, spending some time with me. It really means the world that, I mean, you have a whole bunch of different things you could be doing with your time, and you're choosing to spend it listening to me ramble about
Skylanders, I
feel really appreciative and humbled, in a sense, by, is it the right word? Maybe that's not the right word, I don't know. I appreciate you. I appreciate you
stopping by and
tuning in. Drobot and Bumble Blast. So, Bumble Blast,
I covered a long time ago. I believe you were
here at the moment, or maybe it was before you joined the first time. But I can pull them out real quick. And Drobot, we have not gotten
into yet, excuse me.
I have the 3 Bumble Blast figures here, regular, as well as the Jolly variant and a Light Core. Alright, and looks like we're looking at
Comic books next, alrighty. Just one moment while I clear some space again. Once again, I do apologize that this
takes a little bit of time to do, getting all this space clear. And actually, just one more moment as well. I do have to grab one thing from the other room. I will be right back.
Alrighty.
Let's get into some comic books. So, with Skylanders,
There were 2 different comic book runs, in a sense.
there was your
Skylanders series, and then there's also your Skylanders Superchargers series.
and they were
All released in different ways. You get just regular single-issue comics at your comic shop.
you'd also get micro comics from
Microcomic fun packs.
and as well there were
Hardcover full story arcs that were released as well, where you would have a number of single issues jammed into one book that overall created an overarching story. So, that being said, let's get into some of that. Let's start with the micro comics. Might as well. So, these here are the micro comics that came with the micro comic fun packs. You have the initial Trap Team ones, Forgetting Flynn, Mini But Mighty, and Welcome to Skylander Academy. You also have the Trap Team Legendary microcomic fun packs that came with the traps, and included with those you'd have Deja Vu all over and over again, I Am Legendary, and Blame It on the Train. Then for the regular Skylander Superchargers microcomic fun packs, you have comic book number 1 of 4, Biting Back, a couple of those. 2 of 4 is Full Blast, got a few of those. 3 of 4 is Gold Slinger, a couple of those there. And 4 of 4, which I have a ton of, is Chomped. Quite a few of those. And then last but not least, you have your legendary microcomic fun packs that came with your legendary creation crystals. And that would be Arbor Day, Try and Try Again, and Mirror Mirror. Now I'll say I do not have a complete comic book collection for Skylanders. I believe this is all the microcomics specifically that came out, but as far as the others, I don't believe I have a full collection. In fact, I know I don't. So we will start out with these hardcover story arcs. First up, we got The Chaos Trap, followed by Champions, and then by far my favorite comic book series to read, honestly, as a whole, not just Skylanders, is Return of the Dragon King. If you ever have a chance to read this, and they are available for free online digitally, or if you're able to pick up a copy that is one of these hardcovers, it is really interesting in my opinion. Of course, got all sorts of cool Skylanders lore in here, tons of cameos from your favorite characters, and it's just a really interesting story, so highly recommend that one. We also have Light in the Dark, as well as Rift into Overdrive. In fact, Rift into Overdrive is the first of the Skylanders Superchargers arcs that we're into, followed by Secret Agent Secrets. Now, I don't yet have Dive, Dive, Dive. Still looking to get that one. We also have Spyro and Friends here as well. Now, besides that, I fairly recently, earlier this year, learned that there were actually hardcover single issues available. And so I have specifically The Chaos Trap. Actually, this is specifically Forgetting Flynn from the Chaos Trap arc, as well as Welcome to Skylander Academy. And then from I Am Legendary, or from Champions, I have I Am Legendary, excuse me, as well as Deja Vu all over and over again. And then from Return of the Dragon King, I have Part 2, The Menace of Malifaux. Alright, so we got our microcomics out of the way, we got our hardcovers out of the way. I'm going to let you set these aside. And now, we'll get into this here. This is a comic book box. And in here, got all of my paperback single issue comics. Just a moment here. I'll get this set up and going. So I have a couple copies of this one. This one here is Light Show from Light in the Dark, and this was available at GameStop through a promotion. And what's cool about this here is that while this is a paperback comic book, it also doubles as a really cool poster. So this was back when Light and Dark were just coming out in stores. Like the big reveal that everyone already kind of knew about anyways, of the new elements. Got a poster here, new elements, new levels showing off Sunscraper Spire, and the light element, and Midnight Museum, and the dark element here. Really cool. So we have a couple of those. Next up, got these 6 comic books here, and these are actually pretty interesting because these are all signed by Ron Mars, who is one of the writers. So I have this cover of Light in the Dark, number 10. This is Skylanders issue number 10 from Light in the Dark, and so it's down here. Got the signature right here. And then number 11 from Light in the Dark, got signature right there. As well, from Return of the Dragon King, we have the Good, the Bad, and the Happy, which it says Return of the Dragon King here, but I think it's actually from Spyro and Friends. This is a con exclusive cover. Got the signature right there. We also have Skylanders issue 12 here. And then we have Skylanders issue number 8 from Return of the Dragon King, got his signature here. And number 9 as well here. After that, got this here from Skylanders Superchargers. Now this specific cover, this comic book, I believe, which I could be wrong about this, was only available if you purchased the collector's edition of the Skylanders Superchargers Prima Strategy Guide. You would get all of the collector's editions, came with something special for the guides, and for the Prima Superchargers one, plastic wrapped with the guide itself, was this comic book. And then, let's see, this is just an extra copy, which I'll show off with the rest of the stuff in a minute. But starting off, we have issue number 0. Now this is a really interesting, or has an interesting story behind it, this blank cover. So this, I believe, was a con exclusive as well, this cover, and essentially what this is for is, this is basically you draw your own cover. So you have the cover blank and you can draw in your own cover, or oftentimes they'll have the actual artists of these comic books like present at the cons that they're selling these at, and you can have the artist draw you a cover. That is Skylanders issue 0 there. This is the same issue, number 0. This is the Awesome Con exclusive cover. We also have Skylanders issue number 1. And this is also Skylanders issue number 1. But if it shows up on camera here, I'm not sure if it will. It says right here under the IDW, says sub cover. So this is basically the alternate cover, alternate artwork for Skylanders issue number 1. And that's going to be the case for most of these as well. So they're going to have these subcovers. So we have number 2 here, and alternate number 2. And then this is a third of issue number 2.
This you can see is comic exposure exclusive. Then we get here number 3, and then subcover for issue number 3, number 4, and subcover for issue number 4, issue number 5, and subcover for issue number 5, issue number 6, and subcover for issue number 6, issue number 7, and subcover for issue number 7, issue number 8, and subcover for issue number 8, issue number 9, likewise subcover, number 10, subcover, number 11, and subcover, and number 12, and subcover. And then I also here have, this is from Halloween Comic Fest. This is a, almost like a micro comic. It's a bit bigger than a micro comic, but much smaller than a regular standard issue. And I'm not 100% certain which issue this is. I could probably double check. This is a Halloween edition of the cover, essentially. It says Happy Halloween up here. And I have, this is a duplicate of the one that came with the Prima Guide. And then, one of the most interesting comic books, as far as the story behind the comic book itself, is Unexpected Allies, right here. You have 2 different versions of the cover, and they are one-shots. This is cover A, cover B, and so, like I said, you have your Skylanders issue number whatever, and then after that you have your Skylanders Superchargers issue number whatever. This is part of neither, although it is part of the Skylanders Superchargers story. This is basically the story of how Donkey Kong and Bowser came to Skylands and joined up with the Skylanders. And we have, I believe this is Superchargers number 1. And then subcover. Superchargers issue 2. There we go, yep. And subcover. Superchargers issue 3. Subcover. Superchargers issue 4. And subcover. Superchargers issue 5. And subcover. And Superchargers issue 6. And subcover. And then finally, con exclusive cover. I also have the signed by Ron Mars, the other one. And then we have an alternate version of that same cover that is in black and white, or essentially which is kind of like, not necessarily black and white, I guess this is brown, but kind of like this Old West look. And then cover A for the one shot of Spyro and Friends Full Blast, which you might recognize as being one of the microcomics, except this is much bigger. Yeah, that is just about all of the, well actually I think it is, yeah, all of the Skylanders comic books I have. But I am always on the hunt for more. One moment while I get these back in here. Now, one thing that's interesting about the Unexpected Allies comics, which are the Donkey Kong and Bowser comics, is they were also available through a GameStop promotion. I'm not sure how available they were otherwise, if at all, but that is the only way that I am aware of for certain that they were released, was through that promotion. Just about finished here. And there we are. Alrighty, comic books are out of the way. Let's see. So it's the light cord you're missing from Bumble Blast. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, it was a Wave 5 figure, which typically means that it's a little bit harder to come by than some others. However, with Light Core Bumble Blast, I think, at least as far as Wave 5 figures go, he is on the easier side to come across. So hopefully you can pick up a Light Core Bumble Blast at some point soon. Next up, let's see what we got. Well, I guess, let's see. We got some posters, got some other random merchandise here, which honestly both have some really interesting, really cool stuff. But I think I'm gonna start out with posters. Now, when I say posters, what a lot of people think of when it comes to Skylanders is the posters that came in the starter packs. Those I have separately that I'll get to at some point. But these other posters are different, I guess, in a couple different ways. But to start out with, I'm going to get some of these bigger ones out of the way. Now, when I say posters, not all of these, in a sense, are technically posters because, at least for me personally, I classify them as store display posters. So a lot of these would be hung up in stores to advertise Skylanders. And they are, well, to be quite frank, pretty big. So let's see, starting out, I guess we'll start with these ones off to my right here. I have here, this first one is Light Core Prism Break. And see, kind of for reference, this is about half as tall as me. But pretty cool in my opinion. So it has the character name at the bottom. And yeah, and it's just blank on the back because, you know, in a store no one's going to be looking at the back of this. But this specifically, I'm fairly confident in saying would have been one of the character posters you would see kind of above the Toys R Us store display, like when you'd see all the figures on the wall at Toys R Us. This would be hanging above that display. I have Light Core Prism Break there. Go ahead and set that off to the side. Make sure it doesn't topple over. And then another one in that same vein here is T-Rex. Pretty giant poster for a giant character. And of course, T-Rex is my favorite Skylander, so I like this poster. Alright, let's see. How should I do this? Go ahead and turn this around this way, I think. It's going to be the easiest way. Alright, next up. Now, this one is from Australia, and I believe this would have been at either Target Australia or maybe, I don't think they had Toys R Us down there. It might have just been Big W, but I think this was from just a Target Australia poster. Now, this is going to be a bit hard to show off because it is very like curled up and it's kind of set in its shape. But this here is Skylanders Spyro's Adventure, and it is Spyro. It is actually a bit bigger than the Skylanders Giants ones I was showing a moment ago. In fact, I'm really just going to have to kind of rotate this poster all the way through so you can see the very top of it here. It says, the new video game where toys come to life. I'm sorry that you can't really see this very well. I'm trying my best here, but I just have to trust, or maybe I'll post a picture at some point of it all spread out. But the new video game where toys come to life shows Spyro's artwork, and just kind of some general information stuff at the bottom. Next up, I have also from the same seller in Australia, pretty much the exact same poster except a different character. And this one, let's see, the new video game where toys come to life. And this one is Eruptor. I'm trying my best to show here. It's not coming across super well. It's alright. I don't want to damage these, so I'm trying to be careful as well. I don't just want to rip it open. Next up, well, I guess this doesn't really count as posters. These are just a couple of rolls of wrapping paper that are Skylanders. Here's another store display. Now this would have been at Toys R Us, and it would have been actually during the kind of ending of the franchise, when they kind of put all of the Toys to Life sections in their stores into just one aisle. And so here I have Werewolf. And on the bottom it says Toys to Life because this would have been hung at the Toys to Life aisle in a Toys R Us. And what's also interesting about this poster is that it's not made of paper like the others. It's kind of this rubbery, like it almost feels like duct tape, kind of a, it's very thick, plasticky texture, but it's more of a banner than a poster, I'd say. But there we go, I'm sure that'll look familiar to some people. Next up, got these two different ones here. First off, so this would have been either at like a Target or a Walmart, hung above one of their smaller displays, but you see it says, Sensei Skylanders, Skyland's most powerful warriors, and it shows off Starcast and Ember there. And then the next store display I got is just this kind of basic Skylanders Superchargers logo with a grin on the sides. After that, next up, so this is less of a poster, but this here is a starter pack box, and this is a kind of promotional item that would have been set out. I specifically remember them being at GameStops, but they might have been at other stores, I'm not sure. But basically, the stores would have received this, they would have just folded this together so it looked like a box. This is just a flat surface, it's not actually a starter pack, but, and that being said, this is not just one that was unfolded, I don't think. I think this was just one that someone, like, just put back like this had been folded into a box before. But, yeah, got that there. Next up, now these are not store display posters, but were available, I believe, as well at GameStop for a promotion. And this is basically a 3-panel poster. Now, these are both the same poster here, as you can see, and it's double-sided. And I do not have one of the panels. There's this, and then I have in the other room another one of these 3-panel posters that I'll show off at some point soon. But it's just a little bit tougher to get to, so I do not have it ready to go. And then after that, got some of the coolest store display posters I got here. They are very big, and they're printed on this very thick poster board. And these, as well, like the Skylanders Giants ones I showed earlier, would have been above the store displays at Toys R Us. So I have this Skylanders Superchargers logo, Drive Evil Crazy. And then I also have here, this is Jetvac and Jetstream. Super Shot Stealth Elf. And Splat and Splatter Splasher. Alright, next up, this was, I believe, a store display poster, but I could be wrong. But this is a double-sided poster here. You see on this first side, Skylanders Adventure, Bring the Skylanders to Life. And on the back side is Spyro. That will back up. And then the last of these store display, which I'm not 100% sure that this actually was store display. It might have just been an ad that they had a number of them, people just take them, but it might have been store display. And this is this Walmart molten hot dog advertisement display. It says, get a $10 coupon on a Skylanders Giant Starter Pack in your McDonald's Happy Meal. And it shows the single pack up there in the corner, got the character artwork there, bringing the Skylanders to life, only at Walmart, right there. Honestly, this is one of my favorites, and that's not just my Giants nostalgia talking. Well, actually, it might be, I don't know. But, are they there? Other than that, let's see. So this is not a store display poster, but I have these here, and these are just parts from a Skylanders store display that you would have found at like Walmart or Best Buy. That I believe would have had like one of the little clear cases with the buttons you could push, and like you could look at that Skylander that way on the monitor. But these are just parts from one of those. And as well, something really, honestly, really interesting, which is kind of in the same vein as that, is this packet here. Now this is a Touch FX operation and service manual for a Skylanders Cloud Patrol arcade unit. For those that don't know, Skylanders Cloud Patrol, while everyone knows it on the mobile devices, was also available as an arcade unit. And this is Operation Service Manual for one of those arcade units. As well, Skylanders Spyro's Adventure was also ported to arcade. However, that is just one single unit that existed at Toys for Bob HQ. And now that Toys for Bob HQ is not there anymore, I'm not sure where it is. But yeah, that is a pretty interesting thing in my opinion. And it goes into some different details here on the unit and just kind of parts, basic setup stuff, all that. Yeah. Besides that, also looking at some posters here. This Skylanders Superchargers poster. Now, all the posters from here on out were just posters that you could purchase at like Walmart or Michael's or something like that. They have Skylanders Superchargers, just kind of the basic logo right there. Is the stream lagging? Hopefully everything's alright. On my second monitor here, it looks like it's lagging, but not 100% sure. Might just be my second monitor here that's the issue. Alright, yeah, that actually looks to be just on my monitor then, so we're good. Alright, next up, this is a pretty interesting one because it's one of the few posters that actually has variant artwork on it. So we have Egg-Sided Philippine and Springerhead Dive Bomber, as well as Power Blue Splat on this poster. Skylanders Superchargers. We'll have a number of other characters there. And then this cardboard tube is where I keep most of my posters here. Make sure we got them all, yep. So, next up we got the Skylanders Swap Force poster. And it's just showing off basically all of the characters that were coming out for this game. It has like Light Core, Flashwing. If I can get this going. There we go. Light Core Whamshell, I believe, is down there as well. Actually, I take it back. He's not. But I got that one there. Looks pretty cool. Next up, so this next one is just another copy of the one I showed you before with the Power Boost Splat, Spring Ahead Dive Bomber, and Inside Philippine. This here is a Trapmaster poster, and honestly one of my favorite posters here. That's just like a regular poster. It's a landscape design, and it just shows off all the Trapmasters. Of course, not Nightlight and Nightmare. They weren't really included in any promotional material to try and hide the light and dark elements. Next up, we have a Doom Raider poster. This one's portrait ways, and so you see here shows all the Doom Raiders except for Wings and Nightshade. Next up, honestly one of, if not my first posters besides the starter pack, is a Skylanders Giants Fire Element poster. We got Hothead, Flame Slinger, Igniter, Hot Dog, and Light Clear Repco there. Pretty cool. Next up, going back to Trap Team, got this mini poster. When I say mini, I don't mean the poster is small, but it's a poster of the minis. If I can get it all the way unraveled here. There we are. It kind of has this elemental symbol design separating the different sections. And then here we have a Skylanders Swap Force logo with the starter pack characters. Next up is the Skylanders Trap Team Air poster. Just kind of showing off some different characters here. Let's see if I can actually get this unraveled. And there they are. Just some different core characters. Next up, this one here is a pretty unique poster just as far as kind of its layout. Other different shapes with some different core characters on here, and I believe this was a Swap Force era poster, just based off of the artwork on the poster itself. And then one of my favorites right here, this Swap Force poster that shows all 16 of the different Swap Force characters and their names, just like that. And then after that, got this Skylanders Battlecast double-sided poster here. So on one side, I have this here, and on the other side, get this going here. Shows two cards, I guess, facing against each other in a sense. Scan the cards with your smartphone or tablet. Bring Skylanders to life. There we are. Now, this I believe is just another copy of that same poster. And then this is another copy of the Spring Ahead Dive Bomber Exotic Philippine Power Boost Splat poster. Now, these last two posters that I have to show off here are some of, if not the most interesting posters of all of them, in my opinion. The first one here, be very careful with these. So this one is a Skylanders Trap Team poster, as you can see. And this, I believe, was only available at like a convention or a trade show or something like that. Someone might have to correct me if I'm wrong in the comments. But it is double-sided. On the side you have the Skylanders Trap Team logo. And on this side, just kind of have some informational stuff. But what makes this poster specifically really interesting is these characters here. Got Wildfire, Gear Shift, Blastermind, and I don't know how well it's showing off on camera, but it says King Cut instead of Crypt King on there. So Crypt King's name was changed shortly before the release of the game. He was, I don't want to say initially known as King Cut, that's not the case, but before he was known as Crypt King, he was known as King Cut, before they had to make a last-minute change based on the name not translating well into some languages. It's a pretty interesting one, and last but not least, isn't an officially licensed poster at all, but this is a print. This is a print of Chaos from Skylanders Academy. And I got this earlier this year at a convention I went to, where I met Richard Horvitz, voice actor of Chaos. I got a Chaos print there and had him sign it. So it just has a kind of personalized message, says, Ryan, for those that don't know, my real name is Ryan. Ryan, fear my giant floating head, fear it, I am Chaos. And then his signature, Richard Horvitz. So that, I'd say, is pretty freaking cool. Right there. And it cost me a bit of money to get that done, but they're worth every penny, in my opinion. But that is not the only thing I had him sign while I was there. There will be a video at some point that I'll put up some of the footage from all of this, but I did, in fact, back when Skylanders was still coming out in stores, whenever there was a Chaos item, I would always get a second copy to have new in box. And in this case, that would be the Chaos Sensei, the Chaos Trap, and the Chaos Trophy. And when I went and met him, I got all three signed. So you can see I have Richard Horvitz Chaos. And same thing here on the Chaos Trap. And last but not least, signed Sensei Chaos. Hey Skylander dude, how's it going? Yes, I am showing off my entire collection. As you can see, I started streaming a long time ago. But I'm showing off everything. You know, figures, comic books, posters, anything you can imagine. I am doing it all. People have been asking for a while, and I don't know if I'll even have time to get to it all today, but I am doing my best. I so far have shown off a good chunk of my figures. I've covered air through fire, as in air, life, undead, earth, fire. Showed off most of my prototype toys, comic books, and I just finished showing off some posters. Oh, also, can't forget I went through all of my cards, and that's like all of the cards, as in trading cards, Topps cards, the Layman cards, the Battlecast cards, the everything. Have to go back after to see it all. Yeah, it's a lot. But that being said, one thing that doing all this has afforded me to do is, so in my living room here, I have a cabinet that houses my main figure collection, and a number of those are new in box, and they're not exactly easy to get to, so pulling everything out has allowed me to get some of the ones into these that I've been meaning to do for a while. So, yeah. All right, let's see. Next up, I guess we'll get into some of the cases that I got out here. So first off, got this Skylanders Swap Force, almost like Superchargers, Skylanders Swap Force Nintendo 3DS case that shows the 3 characters that came out in the 3DS starter pack. Got this Skylanders mini adventure case that just kind of looks like this treasure chest. Holds up to 16 Skylanders. Supposedly, that's probably just your regular core characters. Next up, I believe this is made by Thermos. Yep, this is a Skylanders Superchargers Thermos lunchbox case. Has this really cool kind of embossed Skylanders logo down here. I do wish it was a different color. They didn't do just blue on blue, but so cool. And then this is just kind of this typical rubbery texture material that they use on a lot of lunch boxes. Next up, got this mini sling bag, this single strap sling bag for Skylanders Giants. And what's really cool about this one is on the inside it has this elemental print, which I really like. And of course, I got the Skylanders Giants logo here as the zipper tag. And then after that, this was one of the last ones that they released. This is just pretty much a generic Skylanders, not a specific game case, and a lot of these ones that were these late releases had this unique artwork on them that you really couldn't find much of anywhere else. That one, as well as this here, which has this really cool, if I can get it to show off on camera, you can kind of see it there, this sparkly checkerboard pattern on here. As well as this one here. Got these reflective strips on here with a lunchbox there. After that, got this Skylanders Superchargers Thermos lunchbox. I'm pretty sure these are all Thermos that I'm showing off. I could be wrong though. Got this, which a lot of people probably recognize, this Light Core Prison Break. This is a pretty old school lunchbox that a lot of people had. Also have this here, Skylanders Swap Force, and this was actually a Power A tote meant to store Skylanders, not a lunchbox. And there was this version. There's also another version that I don't have that has like this gray or black color to it. Other than that, got this back on the lunchboxes again. Lenticular lunchbox that switches between washbuckler and blast buckler. Pretty cool. And last but not least, at least for the time being, there's a couple more that I don't have right next to me, but is this Skylanders Giants castle case. And this essentially was a Toys R Us exclusive case that came with a Whamshell single pack inside of it. And for those real hardcore collectors like me, like the Whamshell single pack that's inside this one was just slightly different than the one that you'd find by itself on shelves because it said not for resale on the bottom. So if you care about that kind of thing, then that's another kind of thing to go for, but got that there. Other than that, what else we got? Got a number of Skylanders birthday cards here. This one came with a sticker sheet inside that you could place on just kind of this background here. Got this one here, another Giants era. Wishing an awesome kid a supercharged birthday, which is really interesting because it's a Giants era birthday card that says super hyphen charged birthday on there because you got lightning rod. And then it's your birthday, spread your wings and let the fun fly. Hope it's awesome. This pop-up artwork here, kind of cool. Last but not least, when it comes to great sons, it says poster inside. You're unstoppable and unswappable. Happy birthday to the one and only you. And this card unfolds to be a Skylanders Swap Force Life Element poster, which is actually one of the better looking posters that I've seen, to be completely honest with you. At least as far as Skylanders go. Other than that, let's see. Got this here, Spitfire and Hot Streak RC car, brand new in box. So they made two different ones of these when Skylanders Superchargers was coming out. And it's really cool. We got Spitfire there in his vehicle. You can see the remote control back here. The other one was Fiesta and Crypt Crusher. Yeah. Besides that, these are kind of interesting. I don't know if there is anyone else that has these, or at least decided to save these, I should say. These are all Frito-Lay promotion bags. So inside these would be a number of little chip bags inside. And so, see, it says save $5 on a Skylanders Swap Force starter pack. Pull here. I'm not going to pull there though. It says your choice, your name, your hero. Here's how. Visit fritolay.com/Skylanders between February 24th, 2014 and March 21st, same year. Choose your favorite new Skylanders character. Create a name for that character. Submit your name for the chance to see your character come to life and win a $100,000 scholarship. So this, I'm not 100% sure which promotion this was, but yeah, that there. And I don't think it was the Frito-Lay like High Five Bat Spin Flip Wreck naming contest. I think it was a different one. This here is from the Firebone Hot Dog Frito-Lay contest. What's interesting is that this artwork here you could only find on these bags from this contest. The official artwork for the 3 different colors of clear Firebone Hot Dog. It says, get fired up with an exclusive new Skylander Firebone Hot Dog. You could win 1 prize for every 15 minutes. Exclusive through December 31st, 2014. Got that there. Next up, same bag as the last one, except in this kind of magenta-y color. another copy of that same one. And this here, this is the early access high five contest. So before high five was released to the public, like on shelves, and I think it was wave 3, maybe wave 4. I think it was wave 3 though. The very first way you could actually get your hands on high five before that was through this Frito-Lay contest. It says, we asked, you answered. Introducing High Five. You could win an exclusive Skylanders figure, one prize for every 15 minutes. On the back here says, you chose him, you named him, now enter for your chance to win High Five. And this is actually the only contest from Frito-Lay that I ever won. I tried pretty hard with the Firebone hot dog, did not manage to win that one. This one, however, I did. And then this is that same bag, but in blue. Now, I have to double check. I don't think there's anything of note in this code, but I could be wrong. It doesn't look like it. That's great. Alright, let me get some of this a little bit more in order here. These, here we are. Put these back up here. Let me get a little caught up with chat. Careful there. Let's see. The Crazy just had time to pop in and say hi.
Have a good rest of the stream. Thank you. Appreciate you stopping by, and you have a good rest of your day as well.
He's gonna be crazy, yep. All right, next up, what do we got? What do we got? Okay. Well, I guess we get into this.
These are giant coloring pages made by Crayola. I have almost all of them. All
These I got in the store. There's, I think, 1 or 2 that I do not have. They are essentially just really big coloring pages. Got that one here. Next up is the Skylanders Superchargers one, which for some reason has flashing on the cover. And then Light Coryoptor on the back. Then we have this one here. This one is a color by number. And then this Trap Team Era one. Alrighty. Other than that, got some Skylanders Giants linens here. Got this twin sheet set. Pre-wash, ultra soft, cotton rich, includes 1 flat sheet, 1 fitted sheet, 1 standard pillowcase.
And I also have this
Skylanders Giants plush blanket. Besides that, continuing with this theme, set this aside here. I have this Skylanders beach towel, which I won't unfold the whole thing, but this is what it looks like on the little tag here. Beach towel. And I should say all of these linens have not been used. Like I haven't like taken this to the beach, or I haven't like set out the blanket on my bed or something. Just kept them away and as pristine as possible.
and that includes
This plush blanket here as well, which is ultra soft and looks like this. Someone's going to tune in right now and wondering, is it going to wonder why I'm just folding, like doing laundry on stream or something? Alright.
next up.
We'll get into some Skylanders apparel. So I have this here is a Skylanders Swap Force beanie that came with these elemental pattern gloves. Of course, this is new with tags. Right there. And then a similar one, but this is a Skylanders Giants with jetpack. And the design on this glove I actually prefer to the just plain elemental look. You can see it's got the air element there, logo in the middle. Looks pretty cool. The air element symbol here on the beanie itself. And then we get into the really interesting apparel. I should mention this is not all of the apparel, it's almost all of it, not quite. Next up, I have this here is a Spyro baseball cap. And this specifically, this hat was only available through a contest within the Skylanders Ring of Heroes app. There was this one, there was also a Stealth Elf one, and I believe there was potentially one, or maybe even two other contests available within, that you could enter in the Skylanders Ring of Heroes app. But you can see it has the Ring of Heroes Spyro character art there, as well as the sticker here on the brim. It has the Skylanders Ring of Heroes logo with all the elements. On the back here, you got the Skylanders Ring of Heroes titled logo there. And then on the underside of the brim, you have Spitfire, Spyro, Chef Pepperjack, and Chaos. Pretty cool hat. And I think I mentioned as well, there's a Stealth Elf version of that hat as well. Next up, you have to make sure to hide the label on this. This is something that I'm planning on putting in a frame at some point. But in here I have a one sec. All right, sorry about that. But in here I have a pretty interesting, unique shirt. Now, this here was only available at E3 2015, and it is a brand new Skylanders Superchargers Pit Crew shirt. If you look up images of Skylanders Superchargers at E3, you might notice some people wearing this orange Pit Crew shirt. And I'm not gonna unwrap it right now, but this is that shirt. And finally, I have two different jackets here. And these are both employee exclusive jackets. So this one here is just a plain gray jacket. It has the Skylanders logo here on the left shoulder. And then on the right sleeve, it has the Activision logo. So this is only available to either all or some employees at Activision, this jacket. And then even more interesting in my opinion is this jacket, which essentially was only available to Vicarious Visions employees who worked on Skylanders games. But specifically Swap Force, I'm assuming. It says Vicarious Visions logo right here. And on the back has some artwork that I've only ever seen on this jacket. And it is of Night Charge. Right there. Pretty cool. Alright, let me get some of this back together here, just a moment. Set these aside. All right. Now, I suppose we'll get into
This here, so this Skylanders Giant Drawstring bag, I got at Best Buy, and it came with a number of goodies inside of it, which I'll show at another time or later on tonight or something. But it is where I keep all of my new in-box Skylanders Happy Meal toys. I don't know how well you can see that, but we'll go ahead and pull these out real quick. So with Skylanders Giants, got number 1 here, Tree Rex. Number 2, Spyro. Let's see. These might be coming out of here in not quite the right order, but that's all right. From Skylanders Spot Force, I have number 2 here, Eruptor, as well as number 1, Washbuckler. Number 6, Prison Break. And then from Skylanders Trap Team, I have number 1, Wallop. Number 3, Pinata. Number 4, Wolfgang. Number 6, Wildfire. Back to Skylanders Spot Force, this is number 8, Chompy. Skylanders Trap Team, number 2, Food Fight. Skylanders Trap Team, number 5, Snapshot. And Skylanders Superchargers, number 3, this is Roller Brawling Tomb Buggy. Superchargers number 2, Sharkshooter Terrapin and Shark Tank. Number 5, Nightfall and Sea Shadow. Number 6, Hurricane Jetpack and Jetstream. Number 1, Spitfire and Hot Streak. Number 4, Deep Dive Gilgrunt and Reef Ripper. I believe I have, some duplicates in here. So when these Happy Meal toys were coming out, I always made sure to get one to open and one to keep in the box. But I never actually opened the Superchargers ones that I got to open. So I have another Sharkshooter Terrapin and Shark Tank. Hurricane Jetpack and Jetstream. Bone Bash Roller Brawl and Tomb Buggy. Spitfire and Hot Streak, Nightfall and Sea Shadow, and Deep Dive Gilgrunt and Reef Ripper. And then this one here was not available in the US. This is Super Shot Stealth Elf and Stealth Stinger. And I believe the the blades of the helicopter, as well as, I guess, the landing gear. Apologies for my limited knowledge of helicopter terminology, but these bottom parts here, as well as the blades, do glow in the dark, I believe. Yeah, that is that there. Go ahead and get these back in here. There's a few ones still missing. And I do not yet have any of the Burger King Kids Meal toys from Skylanders Academy, but I am planning to get those at some point. ready.
Alright, well, just one moment actually, I'll be right back.
Alright. So yeah,
Let's see, so far we've gone through about half of my figures, gone through some prototype figures, a whole bunch of cards, dog tags, stickers, posters, store display stuff, comic books, some other random merchandise, and I think for the time being, I'm actually going to call it here. So once again, thank you so much everyone for watching, for tuning in. I really appreciate you spending some time here with me while I'm going through my collection. Unfortunately, it is just a little bit too much to go through on one stream, but rest assured I will be doing another stream at some point that will cover the rest of my collection. But yeah, I think just in general as a whole, I've gone through about half of all the stuff that there is to go through. But once again, thank you so much everyone for watching. I appreciate you all, and I hope to see you again next time, and hope you have a good rest of your night.